That's quite late.
Alex, we ready?
Sally already told me she's not going to go.
Are you already
Oh, it's a surprise.
They'll be in this. They've been sworn in. Yeah. We ready? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm the HRC chair. My name is Emily Kite, and I'd like to welcome all of you to the January 10th, today the 10th? 11th, 2023 Historic Resources Commission meeting. The HRC is a quasi-judicial body that's governed by North Carolina general statutes, the City of Asheville's Unified Development Ordinance, and Buncombe County Ordinance. We are authorized to hear requests for certificates of appropriateness for alterations, demolitions, and new construction and other work within historic districts, or for the alteration and demolition of historic landmarks, and other duties, including preliminary review of subdivisions as specified in the ordinances of the HRC. I will now ask each of our commission members and staff to introduce themselves. So we'll start with, we can start wherever. Down this way?
Sure, go ahead.
You're up.
Planning technician in the Planning Urban Design Department.
I'm Alex Cole, I'm the HRC staff liaison.
Annie McDonald, new HRC member as of today.
Chris German, new member?
Emily Kite, chair. I'm also a local architect in town.
I'm Emily Sprang. I've got a master's degree in historic preservation, and I work in design and contracting for residences.
I'm Maria De Sassi. I'm an architect with experience in historic preservation.
Amy Moxley, architect.
Will Hornaday, Albemarle Park.
And I'm Ron Sneed, temporary attorney's counsel to this board tonight.
Thank you. A special welcome for Chris and Annie today. This is going to be their first meeting. And I forgot to tell you that you could say a little bit about yourself as to why you have decided to be on the commission. So we'll hit that the next time around. We will first consider the minutes for our December 2022 meeting of the HRC. The minutes include findings of fact and conclusions of law. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I'll motion to accept the minutes.
Second? Second. Okay. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. We will now begin the evidentiary hearings, I think. Yes. We will, we'll do it at the end of this part. We will now begin our evidentiary hearings for the items listed on our agenda. As a quasi-judicial proceeding, the HRC is not setting policy, nor are we soliciting public opinion on the desirability of an application. The HRC hears and considers evidence presented and applies the standards set forth in the guidelines and the standards of the specific historic district for that application. The HRC must make its decision upon competent, material, and substantial evidence to determine the facts of the hearing. The HRC will use judgment and discretion to apply the standards contained in the relevant guidelines to the facts. The commissioners, in voting for an item, will not have a fixed opinion that isn't susceptible to change, will not have a conflict of interest, and will not have engaged in ex parte communication regarding the application. The following is the rules for speaking. This meeting is open to the public, but participation is limited to interested parties who wish to provide comment and testimony regarding the proposal. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and how they relate to the relevant historic standards and guidelines, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony, and at this time, I'm going to administer the oath for all of the individuals here today that intend to provide witness testimony. So if you're going to speak today, please stand up and approach the front and raise your right hand. It's a lot of folks. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present for the hearing, during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness or preliminary subdivision approval before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to our first public hearing item, which is new business, local landmark at 65 Woodland Road. And we'll start with our staff report from Alex.
Thank you, Chair Kite and members of the commission. This application has a lot of parts to it, so bear with me as I get through the CA request. So this property was designated as a landmark, I think right in the first few months of the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken. The Louis Muller Griffith House on 65 Woodland Road. So this is just a couple of photos and a site map to get you oriented. It's probably going to be a little bit hard for you all to see these plans in detail. You probably want to just pull them up on your laptop so you can look at them more closely as we're talking through this. But I basically organized the CA request by floor and did interior and then exterior because this house does have interior. The interior is protected as part of the designation ordinance. So I included this first slide as the demo plan on the left and the proposed plan on the right. There's quite a bit of work on the basement level, but I will say that when we did the designation report, we didn't even tour the basement level. It's pretty much unfinished down there. There's a bathroom, I think. But I would say that I didn't spend too much time getting in the weeds on the basement plan since it wasn't really highlighted as part of the interior in the designation report at all. But they are proposing to do some work down there that does impact the exterior. So if you look at the bottom left floor plan as the demo floor plan for the basement level, where they, for egress, need to change the window openings on that side and modify the window well on that side a bit. So that is a change that will affect the exterior. And otherwise, they're removing some interior walls, et cetera, down there, and then putting in flagstone flooring down there. The slide on the plan on the top left is the first floor demo plan. I would say that's probably where the meat of their proposed interior work is proposed. And on the top right is the proposed plan. So the house, if you had an opportunity to read the designation report, does have interior original features. It actually only had 2 owners in its lifetime, this third owner. And so it has remained largely intact. I know some of you got to tour the house back then when we were going through the designation process. But there are light fixtures that were included in the designation report that are down on my next slide. So the fixtures on the left are all the existing original fixtures on the first floor, and then on the right-hand side is what the applicant is proposing to replace the interior fixtures with. In the living room, the foyer dining area have these original fixtures. There are some new fixtures proposed for the kitchen. The kitchen, to go back to the floor plan, is that hatched area on the top left. The kitchen is kind of a little bit, if anything had changed over time in there, it was probably the kitchen that changed somewhat. There was some kind of more would say probably features that aren't original in there, like some of the cabinetry and the some of the appliances, et cetera. This house was designed by Ronald Green. There are two original kitchen cabinets that are in place in the kitchen that are proposed for removal. When I met with the applicant, I suggested that if they wanted to propose that they find a place to store them in the downstairs if they wanted to move them, but so that they could be restored in the future. And that's not to say that I necessarily support them removing them from the kitchen, but at the same time, this is a little bit unusual, at least in my time with the commission. I don't think we've had a landmark that had so many interior features where the house hadn't been really modernized in such a long time, if at all, that, I think I was kind of looking at it from the practicality lens of modern day living and how they might be able to, work around those elements in the kitchen or not. So I'll let the applicant speak to that. There are some proposed, there's a door that's on the rear elevation that's proposed for replacement. And then there's also, need a pointer, but there's also currently a window leading that's within the dining room area that looks out into the same courtyard as that exterior door that needs to be replaced on the rear elevation that they want to change to a doorway to match the other one. And then there's some non-original doorway or doors on the rear elevation that are proposed to be replaced with windows, and then another door that's on the rear elevation. And then on the north elevation, or maybe it's the east elevation, basically if you're looking at the floor plan on the left-hand side, next to where that window well is located, there is a door that goes out from the kitchen as well that they are proposing to replace that's not an original door. And some of the doors are in deteriorated shape. And for the purpose of saving us some time today, since we have so much to get through, I didn't include all the photos of the doors in my slide, but they are in the packet of information if you want to look at the images of the doors more closely. And this is just some pictures of the kitchen, kind of dark, but you can see the original. There's the pictures of the original cabinets are on the bottom right. And they were designed specifically for the house by the architect. On the second floor, there are some interior doorways that are proposed to be infilled in the bedroom that's near the front elevation. And I would say, too, I didn't point this out on the first floor, but all the little red parts that are on the exterior walls that you see, the little red lines, those are all original radiators that they're proposing to remove. So they are proposing to demo out the bathroom on this floor and replace the fixtures in there, as well as the master bedroom is on the right-hand side. They are proposing to create a new arched doorway where there's an existing doorway and build out a closet space in there with a new gas fireplace. It sounds really nice. I want a gas fireplace in my closet. And then in the rear of the house, there will be some demo of walls in that area as well. At some point, probably the biggest alteration to the interior of the house was at some point they constructed a spiral staircase that goes up to the second story, and they are proposing to remove that staircase and construct a new one that turns the corner, if you can see that on the floor plan, up on the bottom right, top right, bottom right. And then the upstairs has some wood paneling that was, I think, installed, probably safe to say, in around 1970s or so, that they want to demo out to create just a nicer living space on the attic floor. So I also included in my presentation some of the exterior elevations where you can see that another thing that's happening on the first floor that I didn't mention is that the front terrace which is original to the house. It's flagstone with brick border. They are proposing to replace that as well. There's some water intrusion there that's causing some issues, and they want to rebuild it in the same footprint. And it doesn't look, I met on site with the landscape architect, and we looked at it to talk about that, the materials there, and the brick appears, there's multiple different colors of brick happening there. So it looked like, it was a little bit hard to tell which one was the original one. There was definitely some different colors of brick happening around the perimeter of it. And then there's a different color brick that's on the foundation of the house too. There's a real brick above the stone foundation. So we don't have a brick sample, so I don't know what is being proposed for the new replacement brick, or if any of it can be salvaged. That is a little bit of a question mark for me. Let's see. Look at my old eyeballs to work. So bottom left is the rear elevation, so you can see that there's the demo of the doorway on the first floor on the right-hand side. There's and then there would be windows installed there, as well as within that recess entry. It's kind of hard to tell if you're looking at it in this 2D drawing, but there's like a recessed entry on the right-hand side that will be infilled with stucco, and we'll have a window there as well. And then you can see on the top right, that is you're basically looking at the side of the house where the interior courtyard is, and the rear yard, and that the new doorway that's being proposed in place of the window. And this was just some more, these are the proposed elevations, just to help kind of going back to the other slide. I didn't combine existing and proposed, but we have both in the plans. And then, what happened?
I think this happens every month.
It can be kind of finicky for sure.
Avery? I got a problem.
All right, and so site work. As part of the designation, it's always that a site is designated as part of a landmark, but this one actually has a designed landscape. The plan's really hard to read. It did have like a planting plan, but we don't have whatever the planting plan is keyed. You can just kind of see where the more formalized landscape features were, so behind the house, there is a courtyard that probably was really lovely once upon a time, but it's kind of gotten overgrown. It had like a planting bed in the middle of it, and had paving of some sort around it, but right now it's like a hodgepodge of different paving. The planting bed is grown over, so they're proposing to convert it to a seated, like a patio area, so the whole thing would be paved versus the planting bed in the middle. I did note this as a concern since it's an original feature. I think it could be restored. However, part of me also thinks that it's not out of the realm of possible thinking if they convert it to a seating area, that it could then be restored again to a planting bed at some point in the future. But that's just something that we'll need to talk through today. And then they're proposing to put down new pea gravel that will wrap all the way around the side elevation. There is currently kind of a mixture of concrete pavers, et cetera, back there now. There's an existing retaining wall on that side of the house that they'll need to veer outward a little bit. And then it's just a really short section. And then on the top right is a new a garden bed area that they're proposing. And I'm not quite 100% clear on the fence, but there is a fence along there that is at the very least on the house side of the garden bed, and I imagine it would go away all the way around, maybe to protect from deer and other animals that like to eat our garden items, but I'm not entirely clear on that, so that's a question mark on my staff report. And I did want to also get clear on the height of the fence is 5 feet, which I think is kind of tall for a fence to go around a garden. in particular a new site feature where one didn't exist is, fences we always treat pretty sensitively. So those were the main things I noted were the interior light fixtures, the planting bed, the fence, and then I had quite a list of items that I wasn't clear on, as I mentioned, like what will the new interior stair be constructed of? That's not known. I thought it might be helpful to have a conditions assessment for the doors, just so we're clear which ones are original and whether or not they could be repaired versus replaced if they are original. We are also missing the little, sorry, that was one thing I missed. Let me go back to the elevations. So if you're looking at the front elevation on the top right, that doorway that comes out from the kitchen on the left-hand side of the house, they're proposing a new cover entry over that, a little hip roof that will have standing seam metal roof, but we don't have, or copper roof maybe, but we don't have the specs for that yet. I also wanted to get clear on whether there's a little brick stoop there now that I believe is proposed for demo with the application, so I'm not clear on what the new stoop will be constructed of. The house looks like it really needs to be kind of some TLC from a cleaning perspective. You can't tell in this picture, but if you're there in person, it looks like the stucco could probably use some cleaning. So I was wondering if that was going to be part of the application. I also just wanted to make sure that they are proposing new light fixtures around the exterior as well. There's an existing one on the left-hand side and an existing one on the rear. They're different, so I'm not sure which one is original, if either. The one over the front door appears original to the structure, and I don't think that one's proposed for replacement, but I just want to verify that as well. And then, sorry, I'm kind of jumping around here, but this one has so many different things to it. There's an existing stairway that goes into the rear entry door that's proposed for replacement, and I'm curious to know if that will be rebuilt using. It kind of looks like a hodgepodge of materials right now, but I don't know what they're proposing to replace that with. I think it was supposed to be stone, but I'm not sure if that was the original material or not. So we do still need some gravel, stone, and brick samples to look at as well. Other site things to talk through, and then I'll stop talking. There's on the bottom left-hand side is the stairway that comes off the driveway that goes up to the main entry of the house, and it's probably does not meet code. It's constructed of stone, obviously, that's moved around over time and probably wasn't constructed and was meant to be more of a naturalized appearance, I think, in the first place. So they are proposing to rebuild that. I would say that if using as much existing material as possible is usually how we write the approval for that. They're also proposing a new metal handrail along one side of the stairway for just for safety. Then the picture on the center bottom is that stoop that I was just talking about on the rear elevation. And then the bottom right is the window well that I mentioned previously. Then the top right is the stairway that comes off the driveway that goes into the garden patio area in the rear yard. And they also are proposing to rebuild that stair and add a railing as well. So I believe that is everything I had to get through. I hope.
Commissioners, any questions for Alex?
Alex, you have parking pad on here, but I didn't see it in there. Is that on the agenda? But it may not be. It says replacement of front walk and parking pad. Maybe it's just the path to the parking pad?
I'll let Stephen
Okay.
name, because we talked about that when we met on site, but I don't think that was in the plan unless I missed it. And I may have just put it on the agenda as a placeholder, so.
And when you were saying that a door was being removed for windows. Is that the double door in the kitchen? Was that the only one, or was there another door that's being removed and changed for windows?
There's a double door in the kitchen,
Right,
and then, let me pull up the pictures.
but I think that was the only door I thought, but maybe there was another one. I don't.
It's
I lost
hard,
count.
it's hard because, like, to take pictures of the back of the house, you can't, that wall is there, so I don't know that there was an angle maybe to get,
Well, I think it's the door, if you look to the right of the kitchen is the dining room, and one of the side windows is gonna become a door.
That's already a door. The second door to the, from the left on the, I'm looking at the elevation, the lower right elevation on page A4. That's already a door, but the plans said to remove stone steps.
this door, right?
Non-original.
No, that's in the kitchen.
Right.
It's gonna be down, oh, that door's going away?
Yeah, so like when you're facing the back of the house in the kitchen,
That nook.
yeah, there's the double doors, and then there's this door that's
Right.
kind of like recessed.
So this door's going away and becoming a
Yeah.
window, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Then the one in the dining room is a window, and it's becoming a door.
Right, right.
The dining room window?
Yeah,
It's not.
of course, it's gonna take forever to load because there's so many pictures in this file. So that's where
So
that
in the
door,
rear,
yeah, that's where that door is, Will.
right, I got that one, that
Okay.
makes sense. That one,
So that's an existing door that they're proposing to replace with a new door.
new door
And
and,
then-
and replace steps in kind.
Yeah, and then this other picture, it's kind of cut off, but on the far right, that is a window that is in the dining room. They want to change that to a doorway. That would come out into the patio as well.
Okay, so,
It's not, sorry, I don't know that we have a picture looking at it straight on, but
I get it. Thank you.
of course. Oh, there we go, there's a better picture. If you're on the far right there, behind the shrubbery.
The left facing door to us, a window to the lower left on the face that's facing.
The right hand, the farthest bottom right-hand window.
Oh, okay. Just look at this. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, when you walk into the house, you walk into the foyer and then go straight into the dining room, and the kitchen's here. And then the patio is like right off the back of the house there. So it makes sense to me that they'd want a door there to go through the
So,
kitchen.
With like light fixtures and cabinets and things that were original to the period of significance, you were saying those we'd recommend that they keep them on site.
That was just one idea I had where, it's kind of like sometimes when the commission has approved for someone to make a door, like, obviously, we would usually say retain the window on site so that it can be restored or reused in the future. This is a little bit of a tricky one. I don't know that we've reviewed an application that had light fixtures in it, original light fixtures, and I'm not even sure how operable those fixtures are. So maybe the applicant can give the commission some more information on those features. They were, I would say, if you're rehabbing a house entirely, I don't know. I can understand, I guess, from a practical standpoint, why they're proposing some of the things that they are, for sure.
Alex, have you all talked about, there's some elements on the floor plans, like in the, inside the building, where, a decent amount of demolition of existing plaster or, to put new electrical outlets or a half bathroom on the third floor. How do we get to those things with new plumbing or new power, and the impact that that's going to have on existing plaster wall construction and,
That's
you
a,
know,
that's a good question. We haven't talked about that.
maybe something for the applicant then to understand the sort of, certainly techniques are different now than they were, and be curious to know what their approach will be to that. Other questions for Alex?
There's an original linen closet, broom closet at the top of the steps, same as in the kitchen, that is proposed to come out too, I think. But it's, you can see it in the corner of one of those pictures in your deck. When you come up the steps, the pictures of coming up the steps. But that's an original linen closet type broom closet in the drawings from Ronald Green too.
Right. I mean, to be honest, I feel like, while there is some interior demo happening, and this is just my professional opinion, to me, they're not mucking up the floor plan enough to give me concern about it. But that's, you know, the commission might have a totally different opinion from me. So and I respect that. And it is, obviously, we do have the original plans are in your packet. So we also one of our newest commissioners worked for the SHPO, and she can probably give us some helpful insight on her opinion on that too. Again, I think I tried to temper my review of this with the lens of practicality to some degree. To the degree I felt like I could comfortably do so, and still.
Oh, I have one more question. The landscaping change, is that gonna affect sort of the visual approach? I couldn't really, I don't know, long-term, what was if there was a staff opinion on changing out those trees and kind of putting some hollies that are evergreen in the front? Does that change sort of the visual? Does it become a little not as public?
Not in my opinion, no. Because if you look at the original planting plan, it was pretty robust. So, and there's some stuff that's just overgrown. And I think Avery can say what was approved as part of it, but I know there was some tree removal that's already occurred on the site via minor work review. So, I didn't take any issue with the landscape proposal, with the exception of the patio area, or the planting bed in the back, as well as the fence area. I mean, I totally understand. I don't think it's a bad place to have a garden bed or kitchen garden or whatever, but the fence seems fairly, I don't know, out of place maybe.
There's a new door with a roof feature that's proposed. It's going to be made out of copper. Is there any existing copper on the house now?
No, the roof currently is slate, it has the original
The
slate.
gutters or the downspouts?
It does have, yes, the gutters and downspouts are, yeah.
And no other type of metal elements?
No. I think the light fixture, I don't know that we have a picture of it close enough to be able to see it, but I think the light fixture above the front door is like a patina metal of some kind.
Question about the existing spiral staircase. You said that was not original to the, first design.
Right.
Do you know if, like, the hole cut up into that attic floor, is that like the rectangular hole that they're showing, or is it like smaller or different right now? Because it's just showing, basically the spiral staircase on that attic floor, but it's not showing the cut of the floor.
Yeah, that would be a question for the applicant also.
So this is the proposed demo.
That's the ceilings, there it is right there.
Okay. So really, there's only this part. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't answer that question for you. I have to study the plans a little bit before I could
I
try to
think it
answer
shows
that.
up on the attic demo plan too, what the footprint will be for the new stair.
Yeah, the footprint for the new stair goes, you come up the stairs and make a left and then go right. And so must be just enclosing the rest of it, I think.
Do we know if any of that wallpaper is original?
I don't think so, but I did love the wallpaper the first time I went. I'm a pattern nerd. It's all like, must have been their daughter's room because it was like all little, it's like cartoon animals, like a jungle scene. But it's fun. It looks like it probably 60s or so.
Okay. Applicant is welcome to present. Folks, as you come up to give testimony, please state your name into the microphone at the beginning of your comments as you go.
I've got your whole folder here.
Okay.
And then there's also the projector if you want to show any paper plans, but this is all your
Okay,
all
great.
your documents, and if you need me to help you find something.
All right, I'll
This
just
computer is-
call you. Good evening, my name is Stephen Lee Johnson. I'm a landscape architect here in Asheville. Just a quick point before I address your specific questions. As a local historic preservationist myself, I think that we're all really lucky that this home has been bought by a local person who's lived in the neighborhood for over a couple of decades and lives in a historic home now and appreciates and understands what we're going through. So to address, I think, the primary concern about the landscape, first of all, unlike the home, which appears to have been constructed and detailed precisely based on the architectural plans, the landscape is kind of a mishmash combination of, it looks like reclaimed and recycled materials. So I guess they ran out of money. But what we're trying to do is using the landscape plans that are, the historic plans that we do have copies of, we're trying to bring everything back as close as we can possibly do it to the original vision of the original landscape architect, while at the same time proposing and requesting some slight adjustments that will meet the needs of the current owner. And I'll address the first one, the terrace area. We call it the garden terrace that is at the back of the home. This is the garden that all of the owners, friends and family will be using to access the home. It's also where the owners will be spending all of their time outside. There's not a lot of level ground space on this property, and the courtyard is sized in a way that it's perfect for intimate terrace, a garden terrace. It's about 25 by 18 feet. The concept with the original landscape plan was that this was to truly be a garden area. It was a rectangle. It had garden beds on the outside, a paved path rectangle, and then in the center, a rectangular planting of a mix of unusual combinations that were probably in favor at that time. As Alex mentioned, the garden is a complete disarray right now, and it's when it was installed, it was never properly graded. There's unusual slopes. There's no adequate subsurface drainage to meet the needs of today. The intent of this space is to follow the original concept, and that is to create a true garden terrace in this space. It's maintaining the exact same shape. The planting beds along the house remain the same, but in the center, the area is proposed to be a gravel. This is a gravel that's currently at the owner's historic home in Grove Park, and it's just a Copper River standard gravel, kind of a warm gray, that's really good underfoot and stable. And we can pass this around if anybody wants to look at it, but you can probably see it in that. But in the middle, they enjoy using a really nice outdoor table that's very in keeping with the space, and that's the only request right there. As Alex mentioned, this could easily be converted back into a rectangular planting bed in the middle. I think that what will also help meet the spirit of the landscape plan is that the owner has a collection of really nice outdoor containers that will be installed around this area and filled with plantings, and will really just bring this to a state that it's never experienced. So that's the concept behind the garden terrace. I think there were concerns about the height of the fence that's being proposed. The fence itself is actually 4 feet. If you look closely at the detail, it's a 4-foot fence that's got a French detail on it. And then it's the post, the French detailed newel post that actually reaches 5 feet. And we'll be glad to adjust that, bring that down if needed. But the fence itself is 4 feet. Around the proposed vegetable kitchen garden, let me back up. The use of the fence is to define these outdoor spaces. And so at the vegetable garden, it's just along the front as shown on the plan. And then if you look at the landscape plan, the sides will be reinforced with plantings. The owner currently, as I mentioned, lives nearby and doesn't have problems with garden critters. So she's confident that with some raised beds, there's not going to be an issue there. And then I think you had a question, Mr. Hornady, about the parking pad. We had discussed that originally in the project. The owner has decided not to try to redo that pad at this time. It's in good condition. So that would remain the same as indicated on the plans. There was a question about the rear entrance into the existing door where we're needing to demolish the steps going up and put a new stoop. It's an unsafe condition right now. It's 3 steps up and you're immediately in the house. The owner needs a safe 3-foot landing. That paving material will be the same paving material that is used on the other paving in the front. So we're trying to unify and limit. There's like 5 different types of stone and concrete out there right now. So it would be the same. If you look on your plans, you'll notice that there is a really expansive terrace on the front of this house. All of that has got to be demolished because it's just in disrepair and it's got a lot of water damage. Obviously, it's going to be repaired based on the original plans. The color of the brick was mentioned earlier. The brick surrounding this terrace we think is one of the salvage items they may have found. It's a really garish red brick. But there's a beautiful warm brick that's built into the structure of the home. You can see at the terrace, and that's the color and style of the brick that we think was the original intention by the architect. So we're trying to, again, unify materials and reduce all these weird colors. The stone that is being proposed for that front terrace is not what is there now. I believe what is there now, again, was another salvage item because it doesn't show up anywhere else on the site, and it's a really thin slate, which is not good for using in our climate. We need a really solid 1.5 inch, 2 inch thick stone and a good mortar joint, so this will be there for the next couple of 100 years. The stone that we're proposing is a stone that's used throughout Albemarle Park and other historic districts in town, and it is a warm gray crab orchard, or, and we haven't finalized this, or a traditional Pennsylvania bluestone, which is more of a gray shade. It says it's called bluestone, but I'm sure you're all familiar with it, what those materials like. They're used all over the neighborhood, very traditional, very classic, and I think very appropriate. There's, detailing, unusual detailing in that terrace with materials that are shown on the original architectural plans. The owner is committed to, after the demolition of the terrace, going back in and redetailing that, just like the plan. So there's a high level of commitment here to follow that. I think that's it for our site, unless anybody has any questions for me.
Stephen Lee, can you talk about the replacement of the stone steps coming from the driveway
So
to both the front and back?
both of the walkways that go from the driveway up to the house obviously need to be replaced. That stone it'll be a veneer stone on a concrete stair foundation, and it will be the same color and same material. That stone is a readily available local stone. I don't think that they're going to be able to reuse the stone that's there now because it's just not good stone for building steps. It's all kinds of different sizes and heights, and a lot of the sizes are really small.
They sort of stacked?
No, it's just small, it's small irregular stone, and it's just not, you can't create a safe stairway out of it. But because the vast majority of all the stone retaining walls that you would see right there, we're trying to blend into those existing walls. We're gonna be blending in with the same exact color and type of stone. We're just making it safe, but we're gonna have to rebuild them.
And then it'll be concrete underneath.
It'll be concrete underneath, yeah.
You're leaving the material in the back patio that's there, or are you replacing it, or is that getting replaced?
In the back patio, the back garden terrace, all of the existing material needs to be removed. As I mentioned, the grading was really wasn't done properly in that area.
Is that gonna be the same as what's in the front, or is that the Pennsylvania?
No, it's proposed to be gravel. This
Oh, it's just
gravel,
gonna be a gravel.
right, so that it
Okay.
can be returned, the rectangle can be returned if it ever needs to be returned.
And to clarify, you said that you think the plantings in that area are not original, that the planting bed at the back is, did you say it's not original?
It's really hard to tell because it's so incredibly overgrown, but when I saw it before anything was done to just remove, it's been overrun with invasive plants, unfortunately, just literally no care. So there are no visible signs of original shrubs. The only plants that appear to be original are the overgrown yew that are in the front of the house that are were towering in front of the house and were planted way too close. But there's no original plantings that are visible in the back. It's just a bunch of weeds and Vinca minor. I wish there was something back there. Any other questions for me? All right, I'm going to invite the architect up here.
Hi, I'm Robin Rains with Row House Architects. We're a local firm in town, and we do lots of historic preservation. In fact, this is the third green project that we've had a chance to work on. We worked on the Kenilworth Inn, and we're working on the Snowbird Lodge. So we were very excited when Ms. Welchel reached out to us and wanted us to help with this project. This is an interesting project because she has wanted to own this house for many, many years, and she now owns it and wants it to be her forever home. So some of the requests we're making are because she wants to live in it for the long haul. So some of the kitchen modifications and things like that are reflective of it actually being a living, working house that works with her and her family. In regards to the kitchen cabinets, they have been moved, so they're not in their original spot, they're just in the kitchen, but they're not attached to the floor. So they've already been moved from where they originally were. SHPO did a report about the interior and did not prioritize things, so it was kind of hard from our perspective to decide what mattered most. So we made some executive decisions on that. The lights, there are some questions about the lights. Some of the lights are missing. There's some sconces that are no longer there. The safety of the lights is in question. They get hot when they're turned on and they're old, and there's just some concern with that. But the owner does want to replace the lights with something that looks as close to what's there as possible. That broom closet at the top of the stairs is not coming out. It's going to stay. The new copper roof that we're proposing over that door on the side, if you can look at the door photos, that door is the most damaged of all the doors because it just gets bombarded with moisture, and we need something over that door to protect the new door that will go there, or we're going to keep having water intrusion problems. There was no attic in the original plans. The attic was not in the original drawings. Attic floor plan. There was an attic, but it was just that. It was just an attic. So the stair was added in maybe the 70s or something, and the opening was added then. The opening that is there for the circular stair is it's a square, the size of the circle. So we are going to enlarge the opening for that stair to make it a safer and easier stair to get furniture in and make that space more usable. The plaster patching. We will be putting new electrical and things for outlets, and we will replace the plaster as best we can with the existing plaster as we've done in other buildings. And do you have any questions for me, I guess?
I just have one correction to make. The designation report was completed by an independent contractor.
Okay.
And then the letter that you all had, that was the response from the SHPO, because
Okay.
they review this in an advisory capacity.
Okay.
So I just wanted to correct that, since they don't prioritize the features that are included in the designation.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I think it's worth disclosing that I was the SHPO staff person who reviewed and commented on that designation report. That does not create a conflict of interest. I do not need to recuse myself, but I thought that was worth mentioning for the record.
Thank you. Questions for Robin?
The air conditioning,
Mhm.
that's all in the back coming in? So what will you see from the outside?
On the
But
site,
not the air, but the parts that get mounted into the wall. And that, is that how the air conditioning is going to work? Is those
no, there'll
split?
be a furnace with condensers on the outside, and the ductwork will be in the floors.
Oh, you're doing ductwork?
Mhm.
Okay.
Other questions for the applicant?
I have some questions. There are a number of original features that are noted for removal, and the project is reviewed in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, which I'm assuming you're familiar with because you've done a lot of projects. The burden lies with the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the standards. Now, the standards specifically say that distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques, or examples of craftsmanship that characterize the property shall be preserved. So I think I noticed, and maybe I missed something, but I noticed that there was no material in the application package that demonstrated how removal of original features complied with that standard or other applicable standards. So in other words, assessing whether or not light fixtures were considered distinctive character-defining features. In the designation report, it states that several of the light fixtures were fabricated in New York. Is that material, do you have that information?
No.
Okay.
No, we don't have anything on the light fixtures other than the report and the actual light fixtures.
And you did not assess whether or not their removal complies with the standards?
We did not.
Okay. For the doors that are proposed to be removed, has there been an assessment whether or not they can be preserved, whether are they being removed because they are deteriorated, or are they being removed for another reason?
The front door is going to be kept and refurbished. The side door that's going to have the roof over it is a non-original door, and it is severely deteriorated.
Okay.
So, and then one of the doors, the glass doors on the back of the house, that's the only other one, because the two double doors, I meant to mention this, in the kitchen that we're removing and putting windows, that was originally windows. So those are not original doors either. So the only other door that would leave to be refurbished would be that one out into the patio. And we have someone looking at it, and he hasn't gotten the report yet, and he will either rebuild it or we'll have a new door.
Okay.
There's another door coming out of the kitchen.
Right. We're
That's
replacing
good.
that one with a window, so we're getting rid of that door altogether.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're.
And I think that may be the thing that concerns me the most about the application, or some of those things that are going to be removed. And I think in similar applications where we've had folks that have, for example, come and said, we need to replace all the windows in our property, we have looked to evaluation reports and other things to help justify that the existing windows can't be restored and need to be replaced instead. And I think in particular, in the case of these light fixtures, there's certainly examples in projects where light fixtures have been refurbished and rewired, even to support LED bulbs and other things that are certainly more modern and convenient for the way we live currently. And so I would love to see some evaluation of that, I think, to help either support your approach or to give us some option to reconsider the approach and to be able to restore existing light fixtures, to be safe, and to be modern and to be all those things. But I think that might be the big thing for me, is losing some of that from the existing house, even if we keep it in the basement.
Right.
It feels like we've got plenty of precedent, I think, in projects we've reviewed where we've looked to some more official evaluation reporting on the conditions of things to help support a case for replacement rather than restoration.
I have a question about removal and storage. And I don't know who this question should be directed to. Maybe it should be directed to legal staff. If something is removed, if something is taken out of its physical location, either a light fixture or a cabinet in the kitchen, and it is placed in storage, on-site or off-site, is its later disposition subject to review by this body, or does it basically become, part of the furniture that can be moved around and discarded as a, say, later owner chooses? Because my concern is once something is removed and it's placed in storage, someone else may choose to put it back, or someone else may choose to get rid of it.
I would just say this has only come up for windows and doors. This doesn't come up for kitchen cabinets or light fixtures, at least in any of our time.
Well, and I think there's language, though, in the CA that requires it to stay in its place in terms of being stored on site. There's certainly language, I think, in the CA that requires that.
But then it becomes an enforcement issue.
It becomes an enforcement issue. Other questions for the applicant? I'm going to pause for a brief moment, and I'm going to open the floor for any public comment. Seeing none, I'm going to close the floor for public comment. Further conversation by commissioners?
As with the doors and windows, the mechanical systems are also pretty clear in the Secretary of Interior standards as retain and preserve the radiators.
Thinking about the radiators.
Which is pretty, I struggle with this. I understand the modern demands, and I get a lot of the kitchen, what's happening, but the applicant, and it was just 2 years ago, was pretty specific about the interior of the house wants to be included. And there's not much character, overall character that's remaining of the original structure. That's where I'm struggling with big parts of this, and combining rooms upstairs, losing closets, the size and scale and pattern of the upstairs.
For what it's worth, and I'm not trying to say she shouldn't have, but the previous owner who went through the designation process, she was elderly and didn't quite seem to understand all the moving parts that happen with the historic designation, I would say. And that, again, not to say that she shouldn't have included the entire interior or, any of the features on the interior. I'm just saying maybe if it had been a different applicant, it might not have been any of the interiors.
Are there any other residential landmarks that are interiorly, I was thinking that,
I'd have to look, maybe the Beaufort Lodge. I can look on our through our ordinances really quickly as we're talking, but we haven't had, in my time with the city, obviously I've been here forever, but I can't think of any other interior residential houses like this that hadn't had any you know, substantial upgrades over the years that, you know, then became part of.
Well, and I think at the time, that was one of the, that was a standout as we reviewed that application and toured the house, was that there had been very little in the way of interior stuff that happened. I think, Will, I don't quite go as far as you do probably in that. With the, light fixtures feel like a big part of where my sticking point is in terms of retaining those things. It's not practical, I don't think, to keep using radiators that don't work or try to fix them and use an old kind of boilers as hot water system, but, and I don't perceive the interior changes to be fundamentally changing, I think, the second floors. I think inside of those rooms, we see a little bit of the wall demolition, but if you were to walk up to this upstairs in the second floor, I think you'd see largely what you're gonna see from now to when it's finished. And to really find those places where those changes are happening, you have to really kind of wander through the house in very close ways to see the impact that it's having. And so I think fundamentally the structure of the floor plan stays a little bit the same in my perspective, while still being able to adapt to the way a person wants to live in their house. And so I feel maybe more attached to windows and doors and light fixtures than I do really the floor plan that much in terms of how the project is proposed.
Yeah, I think about this building when the elevator got changed, and there was a great effort to mimic a fake new elevator that's old.
Yeah. Or to replicate those details exactly.
That's better wording.
Right. I think that's, that same approach could happen with light fixtures or restoration of light fixtures, I think is,
Doors and,
yeah.
Well, I think I may slightly disagree with Chair Kite, just because I feel like some of the main character in these historic homes comes from the historic layout, the way they were designed to function during that time period. There's a whole lot more leeway with things that haven't been designated as landmarks, especially on the interior, which I think, it's difficult, but I think it holds us to a lot stricter standard when it would come to changing, the way the home was designed at the time, the wall configurations. So in things like the kitchen, where those openings are being widened and arches being added, where it was originally just doors, I have a desire to instead see them, retain the door openings, remove the doors, but keep the traditional layout of the space. Also, I would agree with the upper floor wall removals as well, the one that changes 2 rooms into 1 room. I don't know, I just think being a landmark, it makes it a little bit more strict on how much we want to change the architect's intent for the rooms.
Those kitchen doors are swinging kitchen, those ones that Batman, or,
The one to the dining room, you mean?
yeah, I think there's a couple pair of those.
Yeah, because I feel like if it was, for ease of passage, those doors could be removed, and then, you don't have anything in the way moving from room to room anymore, but you retain the initial openings.
It's pretty crazy to have all those one panel doors, that many of them with the original hardware. That's what we searched for months, years, but.
But I mean, I do understand the desire to make things more functional from a modern standpoint, you know, wanting to open space. But the reality is that back then, they didn't design open spaces.
Other comments?
Madam
Y'all,
Chair?
Applicant are
Madam Chair?
free to respond also, yes.
I'm sorry. It seems to me that that we are lacking information on how the project obviously meets the standards, and whether or not such things as circulation patterns, wall finishes, the location of doorways are character defining or are not character defining. And whether they are character defining in some areas, say the public spaces, and perhaps not character defining in more private spaces, that analysis of the interior space, that prioritization that the architect was talking about earlier, could be done and provided to us to help us better understand what changes might meet the standards and what, you know, what changes might not. That we need to have that kind of hierarchy of space outlined, and what is character defining and what of the features are character defining. The cabinets, for example, and whether or not other approaches for the cabinets were explored, like incorporating them into the new kitchen design, which we don't know.
I don't disagree with that, and I think that we're gonna, as a board, continue to wrestle with those kinds of things on the interior, without some additional information.
What specifically do you need, I mean, I understand what you need for the light fixtures and the doors, but for the layout, it's, you know, we have the original building plans. So I think either the commission is comfortable with them making some changes to the interior layout, or they're not, because it's largely intact. So I don't know how the applicant would go beyond providing original floor plans, because that's pretty unusual that we have them, but. And that they are, I mean, and I thank you for bringing up, chairs, or vice chairs, bringing the interior doorways that are proposed to be changed to arched openings. I think that's important, part of the changes, and I agree that those doorways staying the same is a better option, but I think to your point, Commissioner McDonald, the first floor is largely retaining its overall floor plan, and then the secondary living spaces are, I guess you could consider them to be more private spaces. And do you have, serious concerns about converting a bedroom to a bathroom, for example, because that's probably the biggest change that's on the second floor.
Alex, something that may help us be able to determine what's character defining and what's not is, like, I know that, commissioners usually get to go and see the outside of the properties. This is one of the first ones that I've, sat in that there's actually an interior to consider too. Would it be possible, you think, for the commissioners to see the interior in order to help us assess?
Yes, we can schedule that. If you all think a continuation is helpful to make time for that and to get the assessment for the fixtures.
I think that'd be helpful.
I mean, I think there's probably very few of us. Will, did you go and see the interior? I think maybe Will and I are the only ones that reviewed this as landmark designation at the time. And I think it is unusual, the unusualness of having so much of the interiors designated. I think there's a real opportunity for us to look at it on site. I think that would be of some value. I think it would be, along with some consideration of some of the things that have come up as a course of the conversation, retaining existing door openings on the first floor on the kitchen, some additional investigation around the light fixtures, I think would be helpful to the board to get a better grasp of the interiors and to give us a chance to see what's happening inside. I think largely that's certainly where we've spent most of our time communicating and talking about is the interior. I feel really pretty comfortable with the exterior, and I appreciate the fact that this house is, having seen it a couple of years ago, it's lovely, and it's a really, it's a treasure in this community, and to have someone willing to put the time and energy and investment into improving it, I think is, the house is lucky to have an owner that's willing to do that in this case, and it's certainly, I didn't see anything on the exterior of the building that gave me any kind of real pause for what's being proposed. But I do think that it would be helpful to see the inside as a commission, if that's something that y'all are willing to do today. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm sure your board's aware of this, but if there are site visits, it need to be in either extremely small groups or it needs to be posted as a public area.
Yes.
So they spread them out.
Yes, so we'll do it. I think that we did that last time.
That's why we don't schedule them together, because
Yeah.
obviously then we have to publish a legal ad and all that stuff, so I'll check. So
We did that for the
I'll
applicant. We had different sort of time slots that we'd have to do.
follow up with.
Y'all can approach if you want, if you've got questions or comments.
First off, I want you to keep in mind that this is someone's house, and that the kitchen used to be a servant's kitchen, and it was laid out originally for that sort of use, which is not applicable anymore. And there are other character-defining things that we are definitely keeping intact. The main stairway, all the windows, all the trim, there's lots that's being removed. Yes, radiators and things like that, but I do want you to keep all that in mind. Judith just had some questions about about.
You can approach.
No, about. Right, okay.
I'm Judith Welchel. My husband and I bought the house. Huh? I stood up just in case. I did. I was way in the back. I might not have been on video. Yeah, right. I want to assure you that we care deeply about the house, that I care about the history of the house and have every intention to do well by that. Michael and I do. We do want to live in it as a family. We have 4 children that we've raised in Asheville, and as I do think about the history of the house, one of the things that struck me when we got the, the materials on buying the home was that it could not be sold. Originally, it was not to be sold to a person of color in our neighborhood. And so we asked our attorneys to have that removed so that that wouldn't be carried forward. In Green's plans for the house, it says on the bedroom in the basement and across the kitchen, servant's kitchen, and it says servant's bedroom in the basement. And so what I do want to say is that there's some things in history that we don't want to carry forward and that need to be transformed for how we live. And so we want to honor the house, but we're not going to live in the house with servant people. We're a family that's going to live in a house, and we want to honor the history and the spirit of the house, but we're not living with the social values with separate doors and entrances that one class of people came in and another. Everybody is going to come into our house, and everybody is invited to be in the kitchen, and I expect my children to work in the kitchen and not someone else to work in the kitchen alongside of me. So that's my spirit with that. The light fixtures are difficult for me because the bulbs screw in upside down. They're glary, and they were made for big, huge light bulbs coming in. And I found a designer in Texas that will take an existing light fixture and adapt it as closely as possible to what's there. So I pulled down the dining room light fixture in which the bulbs are lifted up so they're not like glaring at you if you're trying to read beneath them. And they're able to size them for the spaces and mimic them throughout the house. So I think there is some really good possibilities of holding to the original intentions, and in a few places, making it deeply more functional for us to live and breathe and live in the home, because it wasn't bought as a museum piece. We bought it to live in it and wanted both honor it deeply, care for it. We intend to pass it on to our children, and honor what it is. So that's where we're at with it.
I'm Jeff Dalton. I'm an architect with Rouse Architects, and I'm really glad Judith spoke. She's going to spend a bloody fortune on this house, and you're lucky she's here. There are very few people would buy this house. She's brave enough to take it on. We're taking French doors out of the kitchen, putting back windows shown on the original plans. We want to replace 2 doors. They're in the back. No one will ever see them from the street. No one will ever know. Those doors in the back have plexiglass nailed to them to try to keep the cold air out. The one going into the kitchen is so rotted. We're doing things to put some things back, and we want a little bit of consideration on other things. That the house is going to look fantastic. And light fixtures, I have old light fixtures in my house. They flicker, they burn hot. You take them out, you got knob and tube wiring in there. If anyone in here has fixtures in their house you may have 1926 fixtures in your house. Does anybody have 96-year-old fixtures in their house? There are reversible things in a historic project, as you well know. You can put awnings on the Grove Arcade and take them off. But this woman is going to do a fantastic job. It's not a museum. It's her home. And the things she mentioned about the social aspects, I think we should, it's more than just, oh, this is the original door. And let's approve this project and let her go do the work and spend the bloody fortune this house deserves. Okay? That's...
You're charging me a bloody fortune, aren't you? How do you get your fees?
And there are doors that won't open on the second floor. They're jammed shut, and we're going to do our best to fix that door. But there's a lot of work to do. And the original floor plan is intact. We're not changing trim. We're not moving walls. We're enlarging what was called a powder room, which only had a sink, but it will have a toilet and a sink now. And let's not nitpick this. Let's make it, we are doing everything we've taken into great, we've researched it, we know greens work. We're going to do a really good job on this, and let us do it. And, and not, the fixtures will be downstairs if you need them. The cabinets have been moved. They're not reusable. They're horrible cabinets. They really are bad cabinets. They don't have a back on them. They've got broken glass in them. And that's probably need to stop there. So, thank you.
Well, and I certainly can appreciate all of that. And I do think that our commission is held to the standards that have been set for us, and that it is the responsibility of the applicant to convey that to us as a board, and for our board to be comfortable that even when we have a great applicant and a great owner who's going to be a good steward of the property, that this board has to still be comfortable that those standards are met. And I think what I'm hearing from our board is that a site visit to see the interior and to get a better sense of the house in this particular case would be of value in helping that level of comfort and for helping us to understand that we are maintaining the spirit of the house with what you've proposed. And so if that's something that y'all are amenable to, I think that is certainly, board members, you can weigh in on, your comfort level today as opposed to comfort level with some time to consider and a site visit to the interior of the property.
May I say one more thing about the light fixtures?
Yes.
They're not all there, so some of them are not on site. So there's some places where I think there was a sconce and they're gone. And there's some rooms where there was probably an original light fixture that matches the rest of the house and it's been replaced by a ceiling fan in the 70s or 80s. So we also don't have them throughout the house, so I would like them to be continuous. And so that's the other piece I'd say about the light fixtures. And you're welcome to come to the house. I'm happy to make that arrangement.
Commissioners, your thoughts about how to move this project forward?
I think that we could make our decisions more confidently after seeing it. Other folks?
Are there any interior elevations that have been drawn that we could refer to?
Say what?
Interior elevations?
We haven't gotten that far. She's got a kitchen. She has a kitchen designer that's doing the kitchen layout. Otherwise, we're not doing any changes to the interior to draw interior elevations from, other than arched doorways, which I can provide you the arched doorways. Otherwise, it's staying the same.
From what I'm hearing from the board, I think the next logical step for this particular project is to request a continuance to the next meeting to give our commissioners in the next month an opportunity to make a site visit if that's acceptable to y'all.
Is there any work we can do?
Any work that we can
Can
do?
you come up to the mic, please?
I would like to start some of the work.
Oh, the construction work you
Yes.
need? I mean, would there be a scenario, Alex, where we separate the interior from the exterior, for example, as a CA?
I mean, we're talking light fixtures and 2 doors, right?
No, I think that they want to see all of that
Oh,
before
the
they make
attic.
their.
She'd like to start the attic. There were about 100 cats living in the house at one point.
I remember.
You were there, you were lucky
I
to,
remember.
you got to experience that?
Yeah.
Can she start on the attic?
I don't think there's a way to like sever the request. Trying to think if we've run into this in the past. I
I
think
mean, there have been examples, Alex, where we've had pieces of the work that they've excluded from the request based on the feedback and conversations we've getting pool in Montford, for example, or, portions. I see maybe a clear line between the interior and the exterior for,
if the commission issues a CA today for the attic, then you'll have to resubmit for an amendment to your major work CA, which is not that big of a deal. It's just a formality of going through DSD, and there is an additional fee for amendments. So that's one way that it could happen.
it's not a great time of year to start exterior work. So that's probably not super practical, but.
She wants to take the attic. It's got diagonal siding from 1970 in it and a really bad spiral stair. Can she do that?
Yeah, we'll just need to change the motion a little bit because I wrote the second floor description with the stairway as being part of that. So if you all are fine with that becoming part of the attic approval, then. But so,
She actually needs the
Yeah, you
spiral
need
stair
stair. So
to get up
how-
to it, but
right,
then
so
we'll
to
take it
stay.
up.
are you
Yeah.
all comfortable with the new stair? Or, I mean, that's something that we didn't really talk about.
Well, that's true. If we approve an attic.
It's
and then
just a
we-
big square right now.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, to me, I don't think, it's more of like a foyer within a second floor, but now there's a spiral staircase in the middle of it, so it wasn't like it was a bedroom or something.
The challenge would be later is if for some reason the commission struggles with the new stair proposed, there'd be a difficult way to challenge to get up there. Not that the spiral's original, but you can't even can you get to the second floor without the spiral stair?
Oh, yeah, the second
spiral
floor,
just
the
goes
second
up
floor.
to the attic.
Right,
Yeah.
right, yeah, it's just like when you come up the original stair onto the second floor landing, it's, all the rooms kind of go off of that,
Mhm.
and it's big enough to have the spiral, it's
I
a big
remember,
spiral
yeah.
staircase, and it's right in the middle of it, and so, yeah, so we'd have to add in the stair construction and removal of the spiral stair as part of the approval today. That's, you want to separate it out that way. Did anybody have concerns about the new stair? I mean, I think there's a stair there now, and I mean, to me, it's gonna be more appropriate looking to the interior of the house to have this new stair. And I can totally understand why it's not a very big house, actually, when you go inside of it, so it makes sense to me that they wanna, upgrade the attic space.
Well, and there was no attic floor in the original drawing, so we're really treading super lightly, I think, if we approve the attic.
Yeah, I think it's more so just what's affecting the second story. I think that, I mean, my sentence for the attic it's one sentence for the approval.
Yeah. I mean, I would be comfortable with that. Anybody concerned?
I think I would be fine with that because it's not an original staircase and,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay, so then from a procedural standpoint, we just need you guys to make an amendment to your application to exclude everything except for the second story spiral staircase removal and construction of the new stair and the work within the attic space itself, right? Okay, so we need you to do that and then also request, well, no, I guess you don't have to do a continuance since.
No, then it would be that's what I was gonna say, it'd be a
Right,
new
you would amend
application
your
for the rest of it. again.
Yeah, it would be an amendment application, but go through the same process, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll help you with that after.
Excuse me, Stephen Lee Johnson again. Would it be acceptable to go ahead and start some of the exterior work? There's serious drainage issues with the foundation, and time is of the essence with that. So this is subsurface drainage work.
Is that in the front only?
It's behind the home.
So through the patio now?
No,
Garden
it's on the back,
terrace.
right. All of the gutter downspouts, all the subsurface drainage is non-functional, and there's serious moisture issues in the basement. And there's actually a team ready to go now. They've been ready, but it's all subsurface drainage.
This would be like the terrace landscape.
I mean,
area.
is there?
It would be replacing the gutter downspout drains. Everything that we're talking about is underground, but it's construction, it's digging, and it's.
So you're trenching a French drain?
Right. There's French drains, it's just completely inadequate stormwater systems.
Is there, we didn't talk about the site plan at all.
What if we do an amendment where we take out the interior of the first floor and the interior of the second floor?
I
I think that's what we just did, but.
Oh, okay,
We're
but
saying-
leaving the site work.
The request for the site plan, you're suggesting it would also include the exterior of the building, the window changes and the door
Well,
changes?
the site plan, yeah.
And the site plan?
Yeah.
But nothing affecting the exterior of the building, just the,
We could take the door changes out
I mean, if we were to approve the site plan and the attic, is
Yeah,
essentially
that's
what you're
basically what
requesting,
I'm saying, yeah.
I don't have any heartburn over what's proposed on the site plan or for the attic myself.
I agree.
I agree.
I think that would be appropriate.
It's a good compromise.
Yeah, so you would just approach and clarify that you're withdrawing portions of the application, and then we will make a motion.
Okay, I will withdraw the first floor interior, the second floor interior, and any exterior door and window changes.
We'll keep the site plan and keep the attic. Okay? Alex is making a motion.
yeah, give me a second.
Which is, I think, some of the exhibits probably stay.
Yeah.
we're doing some real-time motion editing, so we'll have a little bit of a small talk amongst yourself intermission. Avery? Is he typing?
Yeah, do you need something?
Sorry.
Hi, and one more thing. The new stair blocks off the bathroom door.
Yeah, but I think what you stated earlier was that you need to keep the spiral stair for the time being to just be able to get to the attic to do that work upstairs. So maybe the stair becomes part of the second floor application when you make it.
Okay.
And then,
Okay, so you're,
yeah,
the new stair will wait.
we'll wait.
I mean, she'd prefer it not wait, but I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify
I
that
mean,
it
I
is
think
going to
it's a
block
little
off that
cart
bathroom
before the
door.
horse,
Okay.
Given what we'd like to observe on site if we can.
Okay.
So if there's a short-term ability to use the spiral stair the way it is, that seems to be maybe easier.
Okay.
Thank you. I lost all my papers.
So y'all are good with everything on the site, is that?
Yep.
Does that fence, did we ever find out if it, so it squares the whole? Just a wall of fence?
It's just to delineate the space, and it's, as indicated on the plan, it's at the entrance of the garden. The rest of the garden is going to be delineated by landscaping.
Okay.
So it's just one phase.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Madam Chair, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, application and project description, 6 pages, Exhibit B, photographs of subject property, 46 pages, Exhibit C, door photos, 12 pages. Well, I guess that doesn't count anymore. Okay.
No, it's applicable because it was all presented.
Proofs presented.
Okay. Exhibit D, site plan and specifications, 5 pages. Exhibit E, original building plans, 11 pages. Exhibit F, plans and drawings, 8 pages. Exhibit G, landmark designation report, 41 pages. Exhibit H, State Historic Preservation Office comments regarding landmark designation, 2 pages. Exhibit I, landmark designation ordinance, 4 pages. Exhibit J, door specifications, 55 pages. Exhibit K, interior specifications, 9 pages. Exhibit L, lighting specifications, 3 pages. Exhibit M, mechanical unit specifications, 13 pages. Exhibit N, window specifications, 13 pages. And the commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except, I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. 1, that the application is to remove wood paneling from the walls in the attic. Just the attic, correct? Remove,
Sorry, I had attic before.
remove portion of floor to construct new stair, repair existing stone wall in front yard, rebuild stone front walkway steps extending from driveway utilizing as much existing material as possible, and install 2.5-inch diameter black metal handrail, rebuild stone steps in rear yard utilizing as much existing material as possible, and install new 2.5-inch black metal handrail and gate at top of steps. Replace planting bed in rear yard with pea gravel patio with stone pavers extending from steps to rear entry. Install pea gravel path along rear and east building elevations. Construct new stone landing adjacent to east building elevation. Realign stone wall adjacent to east elevation. Install gravel paved area adjacent to northeast building corner for new kitchen garden. Install new 5-foot tall painted picket fence around garden area. Install 2 new 17-inch by 22-inch by 40-inch mechanical units adjacent to rear elevation. Install new landscaping throughout site. All work will be in accordance with attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation, specifically the standards for masonry, windows, entrances and porches, spaces, features and finishes, site and setting were used to evaluate this request. This application does meet the design standards for the following reasons.
These properties.
A, interior features proposed for alteration, replacement, or removal are not character-defining features. B, existing original kitchen cabinetry, scratch that. C, interior floor plan of attic will not be radically altered. D, windows and doors to be replaced or damaged. Okay, scratch that.
Scratch E, scratch F.
Character-defining features of the site and setting are being retained and preserved. 4, that the action and improvements proposed to this application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Louis Muller Griffith House.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That
Based-
motion carries. Go ahead.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued.
First condition. You need site samples, Alex?
Yes. Well, we didn't do the terrace as part of this, we don't need the stone.
Okay.
We just need stone and gravel.
Stone and gravel samples for the
Well,
stairs.
Sorry, you had the gravel, sorry, just
Yeah.
the stone for the.
With the condition that the stone to be specified for the terrace area be submitted to staff for approval.
Is there a second?
A second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion also carries. Okay. Thanks, folks.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you.
It's been a long conversation, so we appreciate your willingness to stick it out with us. Yes. Moving to the next item on our agenda, we're still in new business in Albemarle Park at 70 Cherokee Road. We'll start with our staff report.
Okay, thank you again. I would just like to acknowledge that Commissioner Olivo was able to join us miraculously all the way from California in the crazy weather and the FAA challenge, so.
With all the rain, and then they had the ground stop this morning when I, 5:30, when I got to the
So
airport.
I commend you, you're a trooper, for being with us after all of that.
Probably like $1 million o'clock on the.
Don't even,
Yeah.
it's not even.
That's not.
I would say that is the definition of commitment, so thank you for joining us.
Thanks for being understanding.
For sure. Okay, so the second application we're looking at today, 70 Cherokee Road. This application has, this application has a few different things also, but I'm going to try to move through this one pretty quickly because it's not that complicated. So there's 4 windows on the basement level that are proposed for replacement. They're got the conditions assessment from the restoration specialist today. So that was just added to your packet a few hours before the meeting, or maybe even like an hour before, so that's in there. So I was initially noting that as a concern, but it sounds like Michael Logan was the restoration specialist who looked at this, and he does a lot of window restoration in our area. And I feel like there was at least one window that was not original, or 2 windows perhaps, and they are not really suitable for living space. The one thing I would note is that there's 6 light windows, and what's being proposed, I believe, is 4 light windows. And I'm not, when I looked at the Pella manufacturer specifications, it looked like they were an aluminum clad product, and the commission hasn't allowed anything but wood as replacement windows in historic structures. So I would just point that out. There are kind of hard to see, but these are some of the representative windows. So you see the top left, those the casement windows on the basement elevation, and then on the bottom left is a window that's actually, it's on the west-facing elevation of the house where they constructed, which I'll get to this in a second, but they constructed an addition at some point that now is a porch on the side elevation that you can see that the roof comes down in front of the window, so they are proposing to change that. And I just got the perspective renderings today that show what they're proposing for that window, and it's a 2 by 2
or 1x1. It's a 2-light window, but it looks very contemporary to me, and I just saw it today, so that I think should be more of a traditional window form that's consistent with the rest of the windows on this house. What you're looking at on the right-hand side is some really interesting doors there's one on either side of the house at the basement level, and as you can see, they're not historic in any way. And I think one of them is metal, the other one, I don't even know what it is. They're both have lattice over them now, so that's why there's the picture of the exterior. So they are proposing to replace those as well with new wood doors. And the other part of the application is, you can see in the photo, there's the side porch that's existing. And initially, when I met with the applicant, I was looking at the standards for porch enclosure, but then I learned in my review that it's not an original porch. It actually was built as an addition. And in your packet, there's the old CA application from, I forget what year, maybe 15 or so years ago, where they proposed changing the addition to being an open porch. And so now they want to go back to the enclosed area. And so I've noted on my staff report that I also don't think that the fenestration proposed for the enclosure is really consistent with the architectural style of the house. I think that the windows should at the very least have divided lights to be consistent with the rest of the windows on the house. And I didn't include them in my presentation because I got them right before the meeting, but there are, like I said, perspective renderings in your packet that have the proposed fenestration. Let me pull those up really quickly. So there aren't any windows proposed on the back of it, but that's looking at it from the side. So I think that the fenestration needs to be redesigned to be more consistent with the overall structure, overall fenestration on the house, and then also you see the 2-light window next to that little bump out is where that double hung window is currently that they want to replace, which I understand it's not really operable the way that it is now, but I don't think that window style is appropriate. When I first met with the applicant, he mentioned that they wanted to install a shed in the rear yard, and we never received any plans for that. And today was submitted to me a perspective rendering in here for a shed, and I've advised the applicant that we have to advertise for this. So it's kind of like the other application in a way. Either they need to request a continuance today if they want to keep all this together, or you all can just make your decision based on what was already submitted, and then they can amend their application for next month if they want to do it that way. Let me see, look at my report. I think we got what we needed for the photographs, the existing and proposed elevations. The other thing I would say is typically we require scaled drawings, and we don't have any of that at a minimum to even look at the shed. Even if we had included in our legal ad, we don't have the right information to review that. And we've got the conditions assessment for the windows, and I put the manufacturer specs for the windows and doors. I think I had those after I wrote my report, but I do want to look at the Pella window product that they sent us. When I went on their website, it said aluminum clad. They just included the quote in their application packet, but I looked at the product on Pella's website, and they were not wood.
Hey, Alex, were those, in the 3D renderings of the enclosed porch, it looks like on some of them, it's showing a triple window with completely clear glass, and on some of them, it's showing a double with the,
On that
with
side,
the divided lights.
this one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a new version of it? Or?
I'm not sure. This is all got sent to me like an hour before the meeting, or not maybe a little bit longer than that. So I haven't really had time to even fully digest this information before coming in here. So
I think that was submitted based on your feedback.
Hey, Avery, will you fix the, so yeah, we really need more specific information, and I think probably best to continue it to the next meeting so that all the plans and everything can be completely dialed into what we're looking at, because was hard to do the review without having all the exact information needed, so.
Other questions for Alex?
The existing porch on the side that's going to become an enclosed porch, there's going to be, that floor framing will probably need to be revised. Do we need to be looking at how that's supported? Right now, it's basically built as a deck, but it's going to become a living space. And I don't think those two little 4x4 posts are going to be able to handle the required loads.
Right, and like I was saying, we usually are looking at existing and proposed elevations that are drawn to scale and not this kind of more rendering type drawing,
Is that
so.
something that this body should be concerned with, or is that more of a building safety?
I mean, I think if it's going to look different, if it will visually be different in any way, we do need to know how it's going to look, so.
As far as the structural implications, it's outside of our lane. It would be a building safety and inspections thing, but from a visual standpoint, it would be in our scope.
Yeah, they do go together, obviously. If they have to change it based on the structural requirements, it will change it visually probably, so we do need to know what it's actually exactly going to look like, so. And I did also, to just FYI, two neighbors reached out to me to recommend support of or offer support for the approval of the application. And they're very generalized comments and support. They weren't tied back to the standards, but those are in your packet as well. I did let them know that technically people are supposed to be present in person to give public comment to you. And I don't know if either of those people are here, but just to FYI that those were added to your packet also.
Okay. Is the applicant here and would like to provide some additional information?
And Johnny, I have all your
The
stuff.
pictures?
Yeah, everything's in this packet, so if you
That's
have trouble
perfect.
finding something.
Yeah, we got a
just
lot going on.
Let me know and I'll.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Yep, can you state your name, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm Johnny Casera with PhD WNC. I'm an urban planner, and for this project, I'm a general contractor. So I'm going to be helping out here. I'm going to kind of address some of the questions. So the windows should be all wood. We're pretty familiar with the requirements. So the doors and the windows should be all wood from the inside to the outside. Sometimes in the bathroom, I have to look if he put vinyl just because of the moisture. But if that is a condition, I mean, not on the outside being vinyl, but on the inside. But if that's a condition for us to have that wood also, we can see what we could do about placement and so forth. All the windows will have the similar grills, so it will be 2x2s. I'm noticing some in the elevations, they're different, but in that packet, you should see it on the Pella specifications. It should have all the grills on there for us and everything like that. It's all going to match the existing house, what's already there. We're not going to do no grills or modern windows or anything like that. But if it's easier because the elevations are kind of being a little confusing, we can get everything together for you and resend it. I just would hate to have a continuation from that. I'll try to see if I can find the posts are actually old locust posts. And they're probably anywhere from 6 to 8 inches in diameter. And they are on, we don't really know if they're on footers, but they do have concrete stone, and it is cementous together. So they're not loose stacked or anything like that. I'll see if I can find pictures here to kind of show you.
I think I saw one in that.
Maybe in the
exhibit B.
photos.
Yeah. I think it might be sideways.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to
It's
get
like,
correct.
I'll wait till they catch up.
Yeah.
Um,
Your intention there is to reuse what's there in terms of the support of that?
Yes, they're 2x10s or 2x12s floor joists, and then they're supporting. They also have the little vertical bracing as well. So you have the locust, and you have the vertical bracing basing that. I believe permitting would allow us there. I don't think they would allow us to, cover any footers or anything like that. I mean, it's wholly in the deck. It was an enclosed porch at one time. A lot of these times when we're doing these, I mostly do historic homes, and when we do these, we see 2x6 rafters up in the end. This is not like that, or 2x4s running 20 spans. This is a pretty solid home. Here's some of the windows. These are the ones that we were talking about. So they're going to have a similar, either a 2x3 like this, or they're going to have the, I think it's proposed a 2x2, 2/2. And let me see if I can get to the pictures. These are the doors. They're like, they're also on facade 2 and facade 3. So these are not facing the street. They're kind of like the old manufactured home doors. Kind of have a somewhat of insulation, but they're very aluminum, not good quality. So I don't know if you can see that right there, but it looks like it's going to the deck band, and then it's got those, I don't know if I can blow it up. Kind of that old locust supports there. And I don't know how to test that besides maybe getting somebody out there to see if they can, I mean, do we?
They appear a lot more substantial in the photograph than they did on the drone elevation.
Agreed.
Yeah. And we're also trying, this is a smaller project for us, so we also didn't want to get a full architect involved. We just had a drafter gather that together, because we're basically going with the existing footprint that we have. So we're just basically going to enclose this porch, and then the downstairs, we're just going to finish it in the basement. So I didn't really feel the need to pull an architect to get things drawn to scale, but I understand if that's a concern, and we need to get that together, then that's, something we could talk about. The shed is fine to have probably a separate thing, because one of the clients is pregnant, and it's coming up pretty quick. So we want to try to get all the banging and the noise and dust as much as we can out of her way. So we're happy to separate that and get this kind of going and all the dust out of her face. I think that's all the questions. Any other questions?
The existing north-facing porch,
Mhm.
that railing's changing, or is that just a sketch of railing?
Not this one, but the one in the front?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's staying. We had a minor work application on that to kind of support those, yeah. And those we are working on as soon as we find them.
What's going on with the window? Okay, the kitchen window that's crashing because somebody added an addition on top of it. And that window doesn't open. Is it just painted shut, or is it?
I'll see if I get a picture of it. So this is the, what was built in 1960, whatever, this little addition. And then it was a room, and then they opened it up back in 2007. I think you guys, if anyone's here from that time, you guys approved it to open it back up, and now we're going to close it again. But for some reason in 1960, when they built it with the window kind of like maybe about, 6 to 8 inches of the window kind of being right there on the eave. And so when you look out the window, you actually see the roof coming into the window. And it makes it kind of impossible, Jessica can talk about this, but to clean or anything to even kind of get it to do it. And all we want to do is just kind of like move it over a little bit.
So you're taking the existing
change the shape
window
of it.
and moving it over a little bit.
Well, and then if we're going to do that, we thought, well, let's make the window a little bit more functional. So we're going to do more of an awning window there, similar grid or whatever it might be. So that way she can have a little bit more kitchen space, not a full double hung window.
Tell me what an awning window is real fast.
It's more of like, it opens like this.
Okay, so casement?
Yeah, casement, but it's kind of like
Okay,
on
awning,
The hinges
casement,
at the
gotcha.
top, yeah.
Gotcha.
and the reason for that is just when it's like a little bit wider and skinny, wider and skinnier. It's more easier to do that rather than a double hung or single hung.
Countertop?
Yeah, so countertop can go there and so forth.
Because I think what you're describing maybe doesn't completely line up with what's drawn.
Let's see.
It's, if you go back to here.
Sorry.
Oh, how did we get into like 1,000% zoom in?
Zoom
He's
in
been
with
messing
this.
with it while he's up there. I saw
Oh,
him.
I don't even know how to fix it. No, I think I can figure it out. Okay. Weird. Oh. Well, what is going on here? Where's the side arrow? It's Sorry, if you look at in your packet, there's the perspective renderings that are like one of the last exhibits that was added
Oh, yeah.
today. It's on those drawings.
There we go, it's Exhibit O.
All right.
So what I see on that one is that it's a little higher than the other window? If it's jogged up a little, a
Correct.
board or two?
It might be on the same,
Is that a split level at that point and you go down in that house?
it's multiple level. Yeah.
Answer the question. So that window is not split level, that
Can you
window.
introduce yourself, sorry?
Sure, I'm Jessica Van Regan Mortar, applicant, homeowner. So where that kitchen window is just in the kitchen. So it's in the kitchen and it's real low so that the roof is coming across it.
Right, right.
So this would lift it up so that it's past where the roof is coming across. But it's not at a split level.
There's a step here, right, to get into the little area?
Yeah, so the level where the side porch is a different level than the kitchen is.
The picture that's below this is not what you're doing. The picture above is what you're doing, because it's the same.
Yeah, so there's really
Correct.
two
The
options.
picture below is
Okay.
what's there, and what we would really do is flip that to its side, and unfortunately, this rendering doesn't show the, I guess you're calling them lights, or sort of grids, that it would have. So it could be more to fit the house, but it would flip horizontal instead of vertical. Because what that picture doesn't show very accurately is that roof is, as you saw in the first picture, is cutting straight through
Right, right.
the window.
So the second picture is what's there.
Yeah,
On
it-
that we're looking at on the screen.
And that window should be a little bit closer to
Yeah.
that eave. Actually, in it.
And what about in the porch enclosure?
So the porch enclosure, those pictures on the top are not the right kind of windows. The windows that would be on the house would be like the rest of the windows in the
So
house.
similar to the second picture?
Similar to the second picture.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So I think that's the struggle, Alex, that you were having with some of the inconsistencies in the drawings and
Yeah.
exhibits. Okay. And I certainly think the second picture has more appropriate windows for the porch enclosure.
Right.
Although, I don't know if there's much evidence in the existing house of where we've ganged two windows together. So
Yes.
I would almost like it to be one and one and not two together.
That's exactly what I was going to say, that actually the only thing there is that those are
Yeah.
pushed together. And so they would be more separated the way that they are in other parts of the house. The goal for us would be that it looks like a continuation of how the living room looks and how the bedrooms look on the second floor.
Yeah. And I think that, to Alex's point, having a packet put together that really does show exactly what the intent is with some dimensioning and some images that look consistent with what you're proposing, I think is going to really help this commission be very clear about what we're approving in a way that I think some of us are a little bit struggling with in terms of what's been submitted so far.
Just do the window and door specs, does that suffice?
I think it's more the drawings than the specifications that are tripping us up a little bit.
Well, it's both, because
It's
this,
hard to
on
know which
Pella's website, this is an aluminum clad product.
Which one, the lifestyle?
The traditional.
The Pella 250, yes, but the Pella Reserve should not be. And this is the one I was talking.
It was when I went on their website, so
Oh,
unless I'm
okay.
missing something, and it wasn't shown in the quote. Unless it's supposed to say that under general information. And the other thing I would say is that there's shouldn't be any vinyl included in the application, and that also, I don't think it's appropriate to go with a 4-light window because they're replacing 6-light windows. And so I mean, essentially where we are now is like, I don't think there's necessarily a problem with the proposal, except for that we're sort of looking at conceptual plans for the enclosure at least, and that's.
Well, and
not
some
quite-
inconsistencies in some of this, and, I think the specification inconsistencies are easily to follow up with as a condition, but when we've got all of the plans are your word for it, it's a little bit of a challenge, I think, for us as a commission to know how to really approve what you're gonna do.
Right, so the clarification that it says 6-pane wooden window with the same style as currently in the house on the porch and turned horizontal in the kitchen. That's the.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand what I think you're asking, which is for you to describe what you want to do and for us to approve it.
Yeah.
And that really, we've got to have as part of that application, the accurate information. And in some respects, we've done that in minor situations where there's been a few edits required, and that was something that could follow up later for staff level approval. And we would vote on a motion. In this particular case, I think there's most of the documents need to be updated. And it's a little bit of a level of comfort into whether or not Alex would be comfortable approving an entire major work packet, essentially with new information in it, without any further involvement of the commission. And I'm not sure that.
One other thing I wanted to ask about the windows. This is unique to Albemarle Park, and we don't review a lot of applications in this neighborhood, so maybe Commissioner Hornaday could speak to this. But there is a stipulation for windows that says low E glass is not allowed. They make new window products that don't have low E glass.
I would be shocked.
Yeah,
Just cross that out.
You're gonna vote on it? Yeah, I would be very surprised because energy code requirements, certainly all of the manufacturers are obligated to energy code requirements for new work.
To be honest with you, I'm not hugely concerned about having to review the provisions at staff level or the corrections, rather. I just want to know, like, are you guys good with 2 double hung, 6/6 double hung windows on like each side of that little addition? I at least need to know. I mean,
Yeah.
Can I update? What I think we really would do and could work visually is maybe 1 double hung, all of them the 6, all of them to match the same kind of window, but a 1 on the front, a 1 on the back, and then maybe 2 on this side. That's the west-facing window, and it just seems, when you look at the house from that side, it's more cohesive.
So on the short ends would be 1.
Yes.
And then the main face would be 1 and 1.
On the
right,
front of the house,
Yeah,
north
would be
facing
1.
would be 1, and on the back of the house would be 1.
And the
And
side of
then
the house would be 2.
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, I think that reads pretty consistently, from my perspective.
yeah.
With matching lights, with wood windows only, and then the question would be I certainly would like the lights on the basement windows to match what's there.
Yes.
6 light instead of
Yes.
4 light.
Okay.
And then the question would be, what's the comfort of the commission with the kitchen window? There would be same lights as the existing that are like this, but we just turn it sideways and scooch it out of the way of the roof. So it would have the same lights, just horizontal orientation instead of.
The location of that window right now, you said where the roof comes across it.
Mhm.
Is that on the top half or the bottom half that the roof
It's
comes?
So-
clipping the corner
On the
bottom.
bottom half?
It comes below it.
I'm trying to get
Like,
a
into the-
picture
Yeah, I think
for
it was
you.
the first picture.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I think I would be more
First.
comfortable keeping the window opening that's there, just like chopping the bottom off, rather than making like a long
skinny.
window.
Chopping the
Unfortunately,
bottom
from a
sash?
living
Yeah, just
perspective,
like,
what you're looking at is all roof then. I mean, an
Oh, there it
elevated,
is.
an elevated house on a west-facing side, looking at roof. Like right now, you look at what's inside of the gutter, like it's a gutter shot.
Yeah.
Whereas, if we could raise it up and just bump it a little to the side, you actually have a
view.
view.
Yeah, yeah, I
in the
think,
kitchen.
And you would just move your downspout out of the way.
Right.
Yes.
I think it gets kind of messy when you raise it up with its relation to the rest
Well,
of the windows.
But I
and the-
almost think, Will, that the head height of that window stays the same.
It does.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just gonna go
So
over.
you're not gonna see this jump in the window up here, you're gonna see the same head height.
So it's moving closer to the
Yeah.
gutter or HVAC.
I think they're doing what
It
you're
moves
saying, but
horizontally,
they're
and
making it
then
longer.
gets not so tall.
You're doing like one of these illustrations, you're actually making that happen. One of those
Except
3D
the light
renderings.
pattern. Right, the light pattern
Right.
would match the existing.
And it's the same window. You're not, it's gonna be that window, you're just moving it a little bit.
No.
Different window.
Different window.
This one's, what are you doing? Is this one getting used on another face of the building?
That's a good
This-
question.
I mean, I guess we could try if there's another.
What's wrong with the window?
Big window.
Nothing, it's just,
In the
Just
way.
placement.
yeah.
Yeah,
just
it's a placement issue. And the fact that in 15 years, it's not been cleaned, because you can't remove the screen from it, because it's connected to the house by a porch. So it's also really grimy and sort of,
Yeah.
Could you
Unfunctional.
that window on the front elevation of the enclosure?
We could,
we could.
yeah, that's a good point.
I'm trying to figure out scale from the street. When you see that one window
You're
on
not
the
gonna
side
see
of
it.
that
That's-
porch, does it look
I-
weak?
One
Or
thing I
is it-
would say is if you see a picture of the house from stepped back,
You just add it.
you really can't see the window. You can't at all.
Yeah, if you look at the back, there's photos that were submitted, they're Exhibit L. If you scroll through those photos, it's really like, it's very close to the back side of the house, and you can't really see it.
We talking about this kitchen, the kitchen window?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
kitchen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but-
facade 3, and I'm okay with that.
Back up to the,
But Will, you're talking about the front of the house, right?
no, go back.
I'm talking about not throwing the window away, reusing it on the front, but I don't know if one window looks, I haven't seen a scale
He's just talking about
drawing
the front window, yeah.
of one window on that 12-foot porch, or whatever foot porch that is, that's gonna get enclosed.
Right, I don't know. I mean, and I think actually if you're gonna do windows in a room, it's probably better to do all of the same window for a continuity.
But
As
if you're
well.
gonna match the existing windows, then it has to match the existing windows.
Yeah,
So it wouldn't matter, it should be the same. Do you know the dimension of the existing windows?
yes, but
Somewhere, I mean, probably 33 by 55, but we'll have to, I mean, that's probably very consistent.
I mean, the window placement on this house isn't, the windows aren't really close together anyways. Are you saying you have an issue with one window?
I just don't know what it'll look like. I can't picture it from what we have, back to the beginning part, but
Right.
I get the
And that's,
basement, the basement makes sense to me, and
There's a good shot.
because those are the only windows you're gonna see from the street.
Will, are you saying that your question is about not knowing what the windows will look like on what's the porch, or what the window will look like in the kitchen?
Porch,
Porch right here.
on the north-facing porch.
The one
Will
window.
one window look punched into a wall instead of having that bank of 2 or 3? I am,
The room will be the exact same size. If you see the top right corner, there's a window there. That is a bedroom that's the same width, side to side, as this north-facing wall of the porch. That's my daughter's bedroom, and it's the same width as the porch would be. So that's, and then the 2 windows to the left are a different room.
I mean, if you guys have an issue with staff reviewing and approving one window on that side, and you want to see the drawings, that's up to you. But I agree with Jessica that, like, if you look at the window spacing, it's not.
it'll repeat the
odd
pattern.
To have,
Yeah.
I mean, to have more than one window would be probably pretty odd on that little short space, but.
And your concern about taking the existing kitchen window and just scooting it over is view
Yeah, I mean, view, I guess view in the sense that like, you're not opening up much, but then you have, I don't know how far you'd have to get to not be looking at it. So we could move it over and not have it technically blocked, but it's still a gutter view. Like you
Yeah.
still are literally looking into the gutter and you're looking at the roof. It seems like I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I think in terms of if we could touch it, then it makes most more sense for the view and for the usability of the
Except the
space.
standards really don't like it.
Yeah, standards don't like it.
That's the struggle, is
Oh,
the
the
standards don't
standard.
really like it.
Gotcha.
And I think I would be, especially I think given the, you know, I think some of folks are struggling a little bit with the clarity of really understanding what's happening in the application a little bit. And we're taking your, you know, we can visualize to some extent what you're describing. I think would probably be a much higher level of confidence from the commission if we just understood you were moving the window over to get it out of the way of the roof, which obviously makes really good practical sense. It was kind of silly to put it there in the first place, but you can't rewind. I don't know what other board members might think about the kitchen window. I feel really confident about the window spacing you've described in the porch enclosure. And I'm certainly comfortable with the repairs or the replacement of windows and doors at the basement level, as long as they're gonna match in terms of lights. Obviously, we're not gonna match those doors that are there. We're gonna put something nice in there.
Right.
So I think the kitchen window is really, from my standpoint, understanding exactly what we want to do there.
And being the facade 3, and then also, I mean, this is what you see from, I mean, this is probably the best view. You really just see the side, the north face of the porch. You can't even, you're like on the grass here, right?
This is me down close to the house. So from further away, you really cannot see that window. And once it's enclosed, the picture that I took where you could see that window was in my neighbor's backyard at the back of her property line, so I can get on par with it. So the visibility of this window really is negligible. Like it's very, if you wanted to see this house, you would almost have to go to the property behind it. I'm in this window, you've got to go to the property behind it and look at it, which is what I did from that angle. From a functionality perspective, the other benefit for me of moving it to not only bring some light into what's a very dark space built into the mountain, is that the design of the kitchen is such that half of the window is blocked interiorly by a refrigerator right now, because there's nowhere else to put it. And if we raised it, so right now the window opens to here, so I can't bring a kitchen cabinet. I just can't really use the space. So right now it's just open and half blocked on the inside by a refrigerator, half blocked on the outside by a roof.
It's
which is
weird.
It's our kitchen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And her kitchen's small, 5 by 8 probably.
Yeah.
I feel like I would have enough information at this point, but how do other commissioners feel like?
Can we approve the intent in their description, or do we need to approve something that's physically drawn?
Well, in this case, Alex has agreed to review what's drawn revisions at staff level, so we can approve the intent by describing it in the motion.
Yeah, if this were a more complicated request, I'd say definitely not, because then it's too much in the gray area of conceptual.
Yeah.
You guys have kind of clearly laid out what
Clarified,
you're
yeah.
okay with. And I feel okay looking at a rendering of this, if you all are okay.
So if we look at the perspective renderings that were from today, we're really looking at a hybrid of the first and the second with a little additional modification.
Space
No,
in
yeah.
between the windows.
Right, so
Tell me what those modifications are.
okay, so at the kitchen, if you're looking at the top, the kitchen window would be that shape and orientation with the 8 lights that are indicative of the existing building, or the 6 light, whatever they are in the photographs.
Right.
6 lights. So these are shown as 8 lights in the rendering, but it would be a 6-light window oriented horizontally that is essentially the proportion of the existing windows rotated so that it gets up out of the way of the refrigerator and up out of the way of the roof, is what they're requesting. And then if you move to the second rendering, we would take those 2 windows that we see on that elevation and scoot them apart. And then take that same window and put one on each of the ends.
So you're only buying one of those windows for the south side, okay?
And you could relocate the existing kitchen window if the intent is for the new windows to match what's there, then one of the kitchen window could be relocated to that porch enclosure.
Right, that's why I was suggesting that it could go on the street facing
Mhm.
side of it.
Right, because then at the street face, you know you've got you can see all the same existing windows.
I'm just looking at the standards about windows, about they shall retain their original size and dimension, original windows and doors. Because we're kind of introducing the new, we're very much so,
Yeah.
caused by whoever put the shed roof
Right.
on.
Well, if the kitchen's not working and the roof's in the way, and we're not on a front elevation,
Mhm.
and.
Madam Chair, excuse me? Sorry, Alex. In our findings of fact, can the board find that the conditions on the exterior and the interior of the dwelling are such that a modification of the standards is warranted in this specific case, given the overlap of the roof and the interior layout, so that a modification of the design standards for for Albemarle Park is appropriate in this specific instance?
It's a really good question. I don't know if we've ever stated anything that way, to my recollection.
If we find that the overall change is not incongruous with the character of the property.
And that's usually where we land, is
Yeah.
because we've approved modifications for various reasons, including hardship in terms of what's existing in the property, but that we consider those changes to still be congruous.
And I mean, this is a modification or a variation from what's in the standards, given the specific site conditions that might not have been considered at the time the standards were written.
Right.
I don't know that it's a variation of the standard, from the standard.
Okay.
And we've never been that specific about it, or had any reason to, really, I don't think.
I mean, the standards don't say that you can't change a door or window opening on an elevation that's not a type 1 elevation, or type 1 facade, and this is a type 2 facade. And so I think you could use that to say, and you could say, to your point, in the reasons, like, because this addition was constructed at some point to obstruct the window, that it made use of the window impractical and therefore X. So I think that would make sense if you want to make it abundantly clear in your findings.
And that would
And
be
that
like
it's a
putting
type
a
2
bunch of-
elevation, would that be appropriate to add also? Okay, well, I do need to open the floor for public comment. And seeing none, we're going to close the floor for public comment. Additional discussions by commissioners?
I think I would just ask Alex if what was just discussed would be added into the motion about that, roof making the window not useful.
Just adding the finding.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And then maybe some verbiage added into that motion to account for the spacing of the windows.
We'll describe that more clearly from what we just discussed.
And I don't know if it helps, but I think that's facade 3.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was thinking that was a type 2 facade. I can look at the map really quickly.
Yeah, it's 3.
It's a 3, okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and start reading the motion, and then maybe by the time I get there, it may be good.
Yes.
Madam Chair, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, application and project description, 3 pages, Exhibit B, photographs of subject property, 14 pages, Exhibit C, site plan, Exhibit D, floor plan, Exhibit E, existing front elevation, Exhibit F, proposed front elevation, Exhibit G, existing perspective rendering, Exhibit H, 2005 CA application for removal of non-original side addition and construction of porch, Exhibit I, 1951 Sanborn Fire Insurance Map, Exhibit J, photos of existing doors, 9 pages, received January 5th, 2023. Exhibit K, window and door specifications, 9 pages, received January 6th, 2023. Exhibit L, additional exterior photos, 14 pages, received January 6th, 2023. Exhibit M, letter number 1 from property owner at 67 Cherokee Road, received January 9th, 2023. Exhibit N, letter number 2 from property owner at 60 Cherokee Road, received January 10th, 2023. Exhibit O, perspective renderings, 8 pages, received January 11th, 2023. Exhibit P, window evaluation report, 6 pages, received January 11th, 2023. And the Commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except. I move that this Commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. 1, that the application is to replace 2 existing wood 6-light casement windows on the front elevation and 1 existing wood 6-light casement window on the west elevation with new wood 6-light casement windows. Relocate 1 existing 6/6 double-hung window on west elevation with new 2-light wood window. Replace existing non-original doors on side elevations with Pella wood doors. Enclosure of existing porch on west elevation. Enclosure will have wood lap siding with reveal matching existing. 3 new 6/6 double hung wood windows. 4 new 6/6 double hung wood windows and asphalt shingle roof matching existing.
There's only 3 because they're gonna reuse
They'll reuse one, okay. 3 new 6/6 double hung wood windows and asphalt shingle roof matching existing. All work will be in accordance with attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the standards for windows and doors found on page 31 and additions to existing structures on page 35 of the Albemarle Park Architectural Design Standards, adopted July 8th, 2015, were used to evaluate this request. 3, this application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. A, doors proposed to be replaced are not original to the structure. B, previously existing non-original side addition was removed in order to construct existing porch on west elevation. C, new addition is subordinate and compliable with the original structure and is compatible with the structure in terms of roof form, window design, and all other visual elements. D, existing wood window will be reused on the side addition. E, new windows and doors are consistent with the original windows and doors on the structure. F, window opening to be modified is on a type 3 facade and is being modified due to the roof of the side porch/addition having been previously constructed to obscure the existing double hung window. 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Albemarle Park Historic District.
Second, Hornaday.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following conditions. 1, exact window specifications will be submitted to staff for review and approval. 2, revised elevation drawings will be submitted to staff for review and approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? That motion also carries.
Thank you, guys. I'll follow up with you in the next few days or something.
Alex, I think we've
Thank y'all.
got some board members would love a quick break.
Okay.
Do we need to recess? We just go about 5 minutes or so before we start the next application? Okay. Since we have a few things left on the agenda.
For next month, would it be possible
We might have some extra. I'll look at it. You are free to.
It's a wide
That's awfully,
House on
proactive.
Woodland.
Do we need to wire in? Do we need to wire in?
There's like a bank of laws in there that get them charged all the time, but usually but so we're just kind of starting for it. Seems like we're mostly at.
I get why.
Yeah.
It's just, I'll never vote.
And I'd like to tell you my feelings. I have some dreams.
That's actually a really.
Sorry, everything's.
And now I'm looking at mine that I'm using over here, and it's almost dead. I should have brought my wire.
I tend to stick to the green.
Okay.
That's right.
It's on my actual list of things to eat right now. Technically. I'm trying to be a good girl, but.
That was nice. Who brought snacks?
I think that would be a little rude.
I think if we go, down here, and bump it up. Down to the bottom, sliding.
What's up?
Oh, okay. Oh, sure. I guess, yeah, well, I can tell everyone else too, but I guess the batteries seem to be going down pretty fast, and so he changed the brightness on your screens so that it would say battery, so. Okay.
I don't think we've had a meeting where our batteries have died.
No, I don't think we have either, but, and if worse comes to worse, we at least have this and I can move around as you guys need me to. I don't think I have like, you know, the rest of the projects don't have a ton of parts and pieces to them really.
So I think I guess this is just snacks. We're not gonna get dinner. This is So I guess we'll just do as much as we can until just hope.
Alex, I think we're all back. You're ready?
Okay, so we'll whack it again.
You have to be careful. I just might fit my temperament to whack them things a little while.
You might have to whack it again. Just say the meeting will come back to order or something.
Yes. We're going to pick up where we left off and resume our meeting. Next up on our agenda is in Biltmore Village, still new business, the Brook Street and Hendersonville Road rights-of-way improvements. We'll start with our staff report from Alex.
Somehow I'm missing this one printed staff report. Well, I think I can just wing it. Okay, so on the first slide here, we've got on the left-hand side, the yellow dots are identifying some curb ramps along Brook Street that were replaced without going through the CA review process. Some of them were previously brick, some of them were previously concrete, kind of a hodgepodge through there. I don't know how many of you might have any enough knowledge of what Biltmore Village looked like before it was a historic district, but it got pretty mucked up down there. I think even some of the photos from the design standards books they're all from that era, and you can see that there was quite a lot of intrusion of differing features, and especially in the public realm. So I want to point that out because not only are we looking at book one of the design standards here for site design that speak to sidewalks and the requirements that they be brick, but also there was a development plan that was adopted in 1992, I believe, shortly after the design standards were adopted. And that document really speaks largely to the public realm, and it was actually drafted with other city departments like Transportation and Public Works to kind of really put an emphasis on restoring the district, the goals of restoring the district to its original character over time. The district was laid out by Frederick Law Olmsted, and so all the sidewalks were actually brick in the original plan. And I have that in a slide here to show you too. It's a pretty simple plan, but we have the original plan for the district. So that being said, this one is an after the fact request for replacing all of the ramps that are on yellow dots with concrete ramps and new truncated dome pads. And then the map on the right is showing 5 additional ramp locations where they haven't been replaced yet, but they're proposing to replace it as part of this application. I'm not going to go down the entire street, but there is a map in there that's keyed to photos for each of the different ramps that were replaced along Brook Street. So this is just some representative example photos. We typically use, well, I should say that this is a DOT-maintained right-of-way versus kind of the more interior part of Biltmore Village. Those are all city-maintained streets. So in the past, when we've it replaced ramps within the city-maintained streets. They've been, in order to meet ADA requirements, they've been constructed of the darker bronze truncated domes that you see kind of mostly in our downtown with white or lighter brick surrounding to meet the visual differentiation requirement for ADA requirements for curb ramps. So that's kind of how we've worked through it in the past or found a solution. So I definitely obviously have concerns about the concrete ramps. I feel like there's not a whole lot of wiggle room in the design standards or the development plan that says concrete is okay. And the new ramps also, I think, kind of like you can see in the photo on the bottom right, the ramp that's on the opposite side of the street, the amount of concrete also is pretty expansive in terms of, getting that flat surface area transitioning into the brick. And so this is just a photo of recently, the top two photos are the same intersection where that was previously what was existing. And while maybe from the slope, et cetera, may not, or the way it was constructed may not meet current ADA requirements, it still was, had the brick within the sidewalk versus the improved or the replaced ramp on the top right that is now that large expanse of concrete with the bright orange truncated domes. And the photo on the bottom left is a recently constructed ramp on Fairview Road, or sorry, it's on Sweeten Creek, kind of as Brook Street transitions out of the district, just showing the levelness of a ramp that's constructed of the darker bronze domes with the lighter brick to one side of it. This is just the same map as that was on the first slide with the representative photos of the existing conditions of those of the ramps that are being proposed to be replaced that haven't been replaced yet. And this is the original or the as-built plan in 1917. And you can see like the key, the legend has the brick paved sidewalks along every street in the district. So the goal, again, of the development plan was really, as we're replacing things and making improvements in the district, that we're restoring the original character is the goal. So, so that is my presentation to you. It's my understanding there's someone from our our Public Works Department, Chad Bandy, our Streets Division Manager, is here to share information with you on questions about how ramps can be constructed of brick and still meet the ADA requirements. I also, just as an FYI, added a resource to your packet that is from Pine Hall Brick Company, which is where the city has sourced brick for sidewalks in Biltmore Village in the past, that talks through kind of like how brick pavers can be used and meet ADA requirements as well. And they also have a truncated dome product that they sell also. So that is the gist of my presentation to you on that, but happy to answer questions.
Madam Chair, before we go any farther, I think it's important for me to disclose that my firm, Richard Grubb and Associates, has several contracts with the Department of Transportation, including one on which I'm the principal investigator. This did not occur to me because it's a project in Morehead City, but I think it might require that I recuse myself from discussion and action on this case.
Do we need to make a motion to that or anything?
Unless the board objects, she recused herself.
And I leave the room, correct?
No, you don't have to leave.
Just not vote.
Okay.
Don't cause a ruckus.
Do they have to take a vote on this?
There's a vote when the person discloses their conflict and then does not recuse themselves, then the board makes that decision.
Okay.
If she recused herself, it's done.
Okay, very good.
So then you would just not make comment or vote when the time comes.
Thank you.
Sneaking out a break, that's what she said.
So Alex, what you want is more bricks closer to the
No.
bumpy pad?
I'm saying that if you'd have to separate out a curb ramp from a sidewalk if you are going to say that concrete's appropriate for a ramp in Biltmore Village.
Standard reads.
It's not, it doesn't differentiate. Now, obviously, the ADA, there weren't ADA requirements for curb ramps when the guidelines were adopted, which was 1988, I think. But we know that they can be constructed of brick and meet ADA requirements. So I don't think that there's, unless the commission thinks that there's a way to differentiate them, then I'm not recommending in favor of concrete ramps. I would support you in your decision, though, if you find a reason to do so, though, I guess. And I do know that Ben Mitchell from the Biltmore Village Merchants Association is here to also give comment to you all on this.
That pile of bricks that's by, is that Neogen? Or there's a pile of bricks there, is that from this project?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there were some bricks that were taken up and left in the city's right-of-way, and it was communicated to our Public Works Department that we could, if we wanted the bricks, we could come and get them. So are they still there?
Yep.
Okay, well, it's been a while, a minute since I've been down there to
Are all
look
of
at all
these
these.
existing curb cuts and ramps or new
Yes.
ones being proposed?
Right.
They're all
These are all existing, so it's not any brand-new.
Curb cuts, it's just replacement of existing curb cuts.
There are
Already
some-
completed and some they're still working on.
There are some where it's like enters the roadway differently, so to your point, it could alter the curb itself, which is also supposed to be granite in Biltmore Village, so, but I think a lot of that's been so mucked up on all those little corners over the years that it would be hard to assess exactly what granite is there, what could be actually put back there too, but we could take a closer look at that if we need to.
So this is like an after the fact?
For the ones on Brook Street are all after the fact,
And
correct?
then the ones in red on your photograph are all haven't been completed yet.
Got it. But are planned.
Right.
Planned for concrete.
And I saw this attachment, the curb ramp standard details. Is this what the new ones are going to need to use?
That's what the DOT's standard detail is.
Okay, but it doesn't look like they specify material. That would be specified by the historic district.
They don't have a detail for brick because they just typically construct curb ramps out of concrete. So.
Okay.
Or at least that's what was communicated to me, so.
Okay, but I'm assuming that like the slopes and everything, in order to be ADA compliant, would still apply no matter what material they're using.
Right, yeah.
Other questions for Alex before we hear from the applicant?
Okay, thank you. I have all your, here, let me pull, I have all your documents in here too.
We figured we'd bring two of us up at the same time, move along.
Right, there's all your stuff.
My name is Mary Pope Firm, an architectural historian for the DOT. And Nathan?
I'm Nathan Moneyham, the Division Construction Engineer for Division 13 here in Nashville.
So I work throughout the state. Nathan works in this area. The curb ramps are something that we have installed all over the state. We consult with the State Historic Preservation Office on those, as well as, in this case, I went and consulted with the Federal Highway Administration Office on these as well. As a standard for the State Historic Preservation Office, these are excluded from a lot of review because over the past, we've had an agreement with the State Historic Preservation Office since 2009 that, and where we've looked at these ramps, and we made a decision in 2020 that after installing them in New Bern and installing things in Old Salem, and I'm trying to think of Milton, some other places, that the State Historic Preservation Office understanding was that these constitute a no adverse effect to historic districts. They're required for safety by law because of the surface that has to be smooth and the ability to maintain, and the actual ramp slopes, like you talked about, have to be maintained and have an area for a wheelchair to be able to sit level before it decides to cross, and the color contrast and all that. So they have determined that they were not something that had to be reviewed, which is why they went ahead and did the ones on US 25A. And those were done as part of a resurfacing project. That is a law established by the Disabilities Act, wherein whenever we, either a city or a state government, go in and resurface any surface level roads, we have to install ADA compliant ramps or bring them up to standard. So that's what they did in this case, which is why they went ahead and got done. They did coordinate with the city and did, talk about areas and reusing the brick and, if the brick was needed, wanted, so that's why we put them aside. So just to be clear, they didn't, I guess the thinking is that they didn't realize from the city that they had to come and do a COA. If they had come through my office, because now they're excluded, then we would have probably flagged it, but we didn't. So that's how these came to pass. But we have a second project which is being funded by the Federal Highway Administration, which is the one along NC 81, and those are the 5 additional ones that you see. So we met with Alex out in the field in November to talk about how we build these ramps and why they have to be the specs they are, why we build them in concrete. And then at her suggestion, I did contact the Federal Highway Administration, and I contacted their federal preservation officers, which they have 2, and they worked with the ADA and the civil rights groups to see what they would recommend. And the recommendation, which I just got on Friday, so I didn't send you the email, but I'm happy to provide, states that they believe they need to be of concrete because of the smoothness of a surface and being able to construct them and maintain them. What's important about these things is that they have to remain smooth, they have to remain, the visual aspects of them have to be very, very accessible to everybody. They also, unfortunately, I might have opened Pandora's box because they started doing street view searches of Biltmore Village and Pack Square and some other places, and they have serious concerns about the brick ones that have been installed already. They say that they fear that they do not comply with ADA standards and that they would have to be, in order to make sure that that brick stays the levels where the city or state could not be sued, that we would have to make sure that that the city would have to maintain them every year and probably take them out every year and reinstall them every year, which is a concern of theirs. So that's kind of where we are with this. We build these out of concrete. We've done them in other historic districts. And maybe Nathan, if you have questions about why they have to be the way they are, he's probably the best person to explain that. But yes, we do need to put some more in.
I would just like to correct something really quickly for the record. I did not make a recommendation to you to contact anyone else about the RAM, so I didn't make a recommendation.
Oh, I thought you said, because I said that we had consulted with FHWA, and you said, do you have it in writing? So
Yeah, no, I did say we needed,
yeah.
and we needed like testimony, like
Yeah.
physically a person to be here. But we don't even have any written information, so.
I just got it last Friday, so, but they're not going to come down from DC for it, so.
Questions for the applicant?
Have there been any examples where a concrete ramp has been stained to appear to be the same color as the surrounding brick?
No, because the surfaces that flank the bumpy areas, which are called the domes, it has to be a stark contrast on all sides. So in fact, FHWA in one of their emails to me suggested that we could use yellow if we wanted to.
Well, I guess I was wondering if there was any way to stain it so it doesn't look like poured concrete.
No, it has to be a very bright color in contrast to the red brick. So in fact, the ones on NC 81 that are at the new hotel that are stained a darker color, that is proposed to be coming out so that it will not be stained a darker color anymore.
I think the point there would be, and she mentioned yellow, would be to stain the concrete brown or red or to match the brick, then the truncated dome would have to go the opposite direction, which is why that's where they recommend yellow for the truncated dome in that situation rather than a red or the cast iron brown, so that you maintain the contrast with the surrounding area.
And what we're seeking to do is replace the red that is currently there with the bronze domes that the city has offered up to us. So we are saying that we will go ahead and do that, and that we will do that on the new construction.
Mary, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, come on.
Alex, how do I get back to your slideshow?
Will you state your name for us?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Chad Bandy, City of Asheville Public Works. I know it was slide 19, oh, it's not touchscreen. So, kind of going to your question, this is a brick example, but if it were stained, the way our cast iron domes that are currently in our standards, they're very close color to any red brick, as you can see. And the way we've started addressing that is we put a course or two of white brick or painted white brick. So if a stain were used of some sort, we would have to be very intentional to have red up to a point with painted or something to have that contrast. So Nathan, I would also look to you, one concern that may come up with that is how slick that could potentially be.
It's definitely not preferable, because when it comes to material, and somebody asks about the material specified for curb ramps, the material that's specified in the ADA standard and the NCDOT standard is slip resistant, firm, and stable. For us, that we define that as concrete. That's where, from FHWA standpoint, brick is something that, to maintain something that is slip resistant, firm, and stable requires a lot of maintenance when you're talking about brick pavers. And that's where a lot of that concern comes from, especially when we talk about the ramp, which I know was mentioned from the separating the ramp from the sidewalk. We do separate. We look at two separate things there. We have standards for sidewalk and we have standards for ramps. And specifically because the ramp, from a safety perspective, is the critical decision point for somebody with a disability that's in a wheelchair trying to cross or enter the street, which is why they're tied towards, by law, to our resurfacing projects when we expend funds to repave a road, that we're also required to upgrade the ramp specifically because it allows somebody with a disability to have access to the same surface that was paved as somebody without disability that could step off the curb onto that surface. If that makes sense.
Questions for the applicant?
I'd have a question about the color of you were calling it the domes, that's the bumpy square?
Yeah.
Bumpy square is a very technical term. We got it. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding the different options. So if you did have a dark colored, pad, then that dome would have to be like white or silver or something like that. So it's.
And I don't know that they make white or silver. Again, that's where the federal highways, that's where the yellow suggestion comes from.
Is that?
Because the standard colors are yellow, red, or again, the yellow or red or the bronze, which is the cast.
Which is what you see out there now in a number of places.
I think.
Yeah. I feel like the pack square.
Yeah.
The access board, which dictates this for ADA compliance, it is very vague, and I think it's on purpose. It says it either has to be dark on light or light on dark, which red on white grayish concrete or white brick interrupting red brick accomplishes that. But it doesn't give has to be yellow, has to be red, has to be this. It just says light on dark or dark on light.
And some of that is somewhat controlled by what's manufactured.
Yeah. What's available?
Yeah, I mean, these are standard ADA devices, and they, sometimes you'll see black, but black is something that's generally discouraged as well.
Now, would, if the commission were to say, like, we'd like to see more options of colors, is that like some research that you could do to say, like, here's different, finishes? They could come in and show us pictures of what's available if we were to determine that, maybe there's a different solution than the existing going forward with the new ones?
Well, I guess in our talks with the city on the domes that they want us to use on the NC 81 project, they've asked us to use the bronze ones because those are a standard that seems like used throughout the city. So I think I would defer to the city transportation department I understand their need for wanting, you know, kind of branding stuff to look similar, so.
Other questions?
I have a question. With respect to the detail for the curb ramps, so if you look at the detail sheet, you have, there's the part where the domed, you know, the domed part is. There's the ramp that slopes, the slope is 1 and 12.
Yes.
1/12, to get back to, you know, the height of this pedestrian walk. Then there's a flared sides, where you have to kind of make up the difference between, you know, the geometrically make up the difference.
And the maximum on those is 10%.
Right. Do those flared sides have to be a contrasting color? Because that's not a surface that a pedestrian or a person in a wheelchair would be traversing.
Again,
Really
to-
what they need to traverse is, you know, the bumpy part, the tactile,
That's some-
detectable,
yeah.
and the ramp itself. So it seems to me that it might help if you had the flared sides, maybe could be brick or, you know, a color that is more, fits better with the rest of the sidewalk and the pavers.
I think the concern with brick is the feasibility of laying them on that slope, and I think the one brick example you had doesn't have the flares. The feasibility of laying brick that exact to, when you're talking about requirements of 2% cross slope, you're talking about a 1/4 inch over a foot. It's exact, and then maintaining that, and then the joints between those flares. So I think it's something from a perspective to maintain that stable, slip-resistant, firm surface. We would still need concrete. But to your point, I think color is something that could change as long as the pedestrian access route, which is the 4-foot path that somebody in a wheelchair is actually using, maintains the contract is something that we could look at doing, whether that's stained or otherwise.
Yeah, these are difficult ones for a whole bunch of reasons. One, the standards seem extremely straightforward and clear. And two, they're already installed. And three, there appears to be some evidence that there's other choices that could have been explored that would be ADA compliant. And maybe take a commitment on the part of the city to maintain, but it feels like there's installation details available to us to make brick work.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think our standard, and brick is not something we as the state are comfortable installing, or even that we feel like there are contractors in this area that are capable of installing. Again, to the level of accuracy you need on these, it's difficult to achieve with concrete. So I think it's something that, from our standards perspective, and it was mentioned before, we specify concrete for those reasons, for these ramps specifically.
Yeah, I think one of the things I heard from the Federal Highway Administration in their phone call back to me before I got the emails was that safety is the biggest concern. And that that is what their headquarters believes, is that safety is the biggest concern. And unless the city is willing to build and maintain these of brick, they are not in support of that. So
does maintenance for these in Biltmore Village fall to the city?
Yes.
So I guess my struggle is that all of that's true.
Yeah.
The national folks, the state folks, all of that is true information. And yet this board has an obligation to review things according to a standard.
Do you have the email that you can share?
yeah, I was going to give it to you. Yeah.
Okay, because, I mean, it's not really testimony it's like hearsay because we don't have that person.
I'm sorry,
to give information.
they're not going to come down here.
No, I understand that, but we don't even have an email.
I understand, and I only got it on Friday, so that's
And
why.
I think-
I try not to give you stuff last minute to confuse things.
And had we looked at this, if the responsibility that we have as a board is to review this application as though it isn't an after-the-fact approval, what would we have said if these were in drawing format before you did them? And my concerns at that point would have been wishing for more sensitivity around the transitions between brick and concrete. In one of the pictures, I don't know if we can find it on the screen, but it sort of just stops in the middle of brick, and there's some inconsistency in how those specific and unique intersections are addressed with regards to transition between brick and concrete.
Correct.
And I think certainly in an environment like Biltmore Village, the experience and the overall visual delightfulness of being in that place gets interrupted by a lack of sensitivity towards how those things are treated in the context of the brick that they're sitting in. And so I think that is a struggle I'm having with looking at the pictures of these sort of sharp corners of concrete and, you know, brick that comes in a weird way that probably increases the difficulty of maintaining the sidewalk in the brick because of how the concrete transitions.
And some of these sidewalks were already concrete where we replaced them and continue to be concrete.
Right.
Right,
And
but
I-
that's where the development plan comes in, where we're supposed to be restoring things, not
Yeah.
going
But-
with what the status quo was before.
I get the engineering issue, it's
Yeah.
an engineering issue, but
It is.
engineering and beauty.
And safety.
There's,
Yeah.
well, it's, but I think there's gotta be a way to make this look beautiful.
When you
Right
open up
now.
public comment, I have lots of ideas.
And I can speak to maybe again, in the ones that were already installed in the procedure that was used by the contractors, is they're looking to minimize the amount of brick that they're taking out, and to achieve the slopes that are required. That includes the slope going up and then
Right,
the
right.
4x4 pad. So when you see some of the.
4x4 pad?
Yeah, so part of ADA requirement and as well as the slope is sort of referred to probably as a landing zone, but basically somewhere somebody in a wheelchair can stop, 2% cross slope within any direction and turn without having to cross any slopes.
So they know if they're on on the dome, that's where they can stay. That's like.
No, it's
from
above
this
that.
is behind that.
So in that picture, the level landing is above that
Okay.
in the crosswalk.
I
Or in
just
the
want
ramp
to
itself.
remind the commission that you have to be looking at the design standard. That's
Okay.
all you can.
Right, so
Sure.
a lot of this is outside of our purview.
And it's
Right.
after the design standards were written, essentially.
And so that's I think it's the big challenge of this board is to be able to
But you can construct a curb ramp with brick and meet ADA standards, correct? Is that, could you?
What Federal Highways is telling me is that they have serious concerns about what is existing out there now, that is brick.
I'm sure that there are some ramps out there that are not ADA compliant, but when we're talking about constructing new ramps, then they can be constructed in a way out of brick.
They could not give me any examples. I asked them. And that was with the federal preservation officers, somebody from civil rights who specializes in ADA curb ramps, and another person who specializes outside in the environmental section in ADA ramps, could provide no examples in brick.
From the DOT perspective, our view is that it's unfeasible to build and maintain them out of brick, specifically the slopes that are required.
There are other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to hit pause on this discussion and open the floor for public comment.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, before you go to public comment, the city has a statutory right to present evidence as well, and so we could do that first.
Absolutely.
Sure. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Eric Etcherton. I'm an assistant city attorney with the city of Asheville. As I mentioned, Section 160D, 406D names specifically municipalities as one of the entities that's allowed to present evidence to this body and other quasi-judicial bodies, and we're going to exercise our right to do so here. Specifically, I'm going to call Chad Bandy back up and ask him some questions to try to get try to put as fine a point as possible on some of the issues that you've all already been discussing. So he's already been sworn in, so with your leave, I'll go ahead and invite Mr. Vandenkamp up.
Thank you.
Mr. Van, did you hear the testimony provided by the state representatives from DOT?
I did.
Okay. You've heard a statement that it is technically infeasible to construct curb ramps out of brick. Does that comport with your assessment of how to build and maintain street curb ramps?
I really think there's two different components of that statement. I think there's a construction and a maintenance component of that statement. To construct initially, I do believe it is feasible to build those out of brick. I will also agree with what was stated, that the long-term maintenance is very difficult with that.
And you've also heard the statement that there are some ramps that are out of compliance, though made out of brick in Biltmore Village. Do you disagree with that?
I do not disagree with that.
Okay. So setting that to the side, as it is of no relevance to the standards that are applicable to this board, I'm going to call your attention to the image shown at the bottom of this slide that the board has been looking at. What is shown sitting on top of that curb ramp?
That is a 4-foot smart level.
And what's being measured there?
The running slope of the ramp as it approaches crossing the road.
And do you know when this measurement was taken?
It was in the summer of '22, exact month, I do not remember.
Okay. What was the findings when you measured this curb ramp that's constructed out of brick?
That slope is less than 2%.
In more simplistic terms, does it comply with the ADA?
Yes.
And specifically, you've heard statements made about how the focus of the ADA and the agencies that are tasked with enforcing it is on safety. There are standards that are put in place to guide what safety means in this context, correct?
Correct.
What is the PROAG?
PROAG is the Public Right-of-Way Access Guide.
Okay, what does that include? What's it comprised of?
It's basically guidelines for anything that is done within the right-of-way as it relates to Americans with Disability Act. Because gaining accessibility in a new building versus in a built environment on a road can be two very different things.
Got it. Are you familiar with standard R302.7 of
Yeah.
PROAG?
Yes.
What does it relate to?
R302.7 relates to the, well, there's two. Is that the one with the surface, or is that the, which one? I'm sorry.
I'm asking about the one titled surfaces.
Surfaces, it does say, as Mr. Monahan said, it has to be a firm, stable, slip-resistant surface, but it also goes on to state that typically it's concrete, but that in historic, archaeological, environmental, certain districts, it can be different.
Okay, and needless to say, there are a number of streets in Biltmore Village that are not state maintained, that are city maintained.
Most of them are city maintained, actually.
And have we found that it is technically feasible to design a curb ramp made out of bricks using a visual delineation of bricks of a different color at the end of the ramps?
Yes.
And so without regard to the difficulty of designing or maintaining, it is technically feasible to both comply with the ADA and the design guidelines this board is tasked with enforcing.
Yes.
Okay. I'd invite the board to ask Mr. Vandy any further questions. He's here as an expert in his field. And actually, just to draw that out a little bit further, what are your professional qualifications that enable you to provide this testimony?
I am a registered professional engineer that has practiced in the field of transportation, maintenance, and construction for 23 years.
And what is your current title with the City of Asheville?
I am the City Streets Division Manager within Public Works.
And final question, we talked about the ability to design and maintain it, and I think there's no disagreement that it can be more expensive to use brick. Just to, I think this was already stated, but to confirm it, the city maintains the sidewalks in Biltmore Village.
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, but again, I'd invite you to ask Mr. Vandy any questions you have directly.
Any questions?
The maintenance issues, can they, in general, be traced back to poor workmanship with the original construction, or is it more weather-related and frost, freeze, heave, and?
I would say all of the above. I think some of the older construction techniques, we can certainly trace a lot of the maintenance back to that. I do think a lot of the things that are done now, don't know if DOT does this, but I know a lot of what we do a lot of times with brick sidewalks, we almost have to go in and build a concrete sidewalk underneath, put the brick on top of that so that it's stable. Those problems typically aren't related back to construction. But weather, as you mentioned, vehicular traffic that cuts a corner short and runs over the ramp, either breaks the bricks, move the bricks, various people stealing bricks. I mean, so, and I wish I were joking on that, but it's true. So I would say all of those things contribute to the maintenance issues that are associated with brick.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Now we're going to open the floor for public comment.
Good evening, Chairman Kite. My name is Benjamin Mitchell. I'm very familiar with many of the folks in this room. I'm a former HRC commissioner myself, and thank you all for your time this evening. I come before you tonight as the chairman of the Biltmore Village Association of Merchants. I also come before you tonight as the property manager for several affected properties by this project. And I, first of all, would like to express my disdain for after-the-fact approval requests, especially coming from a governmental body to another governmental body. It's particularly infuriating when those of us who are in private enterprise try to comply by the rules and play by them, and then the government doesn't play by them itself. Furthermore, I think I heard Mr. Bandy draw reference to construction methods that might make such a project as this feasible, both from a construction project and a maintenance project perspective. One, I would suggest that perhaps there would be some sort of concrete underpinning to prevent bricks from shifting with weather, other impacts, theft maybe could be resolved by adhesives or some other type of aggregate material that forms the basis for this. And then with respect to the aesthetic appearance, which is this board's primary concern, I'd like to think about the corner of Swan Street, I believe, and Angle Street, which is adjacent to the Cathedral of All Souls offices, which are not historic in and of themselves, but are congruent with the character of the neighborhood. In that installation, we see either brick that are of a contrasting color, the sidewalk that is this typical red brick color, and along with what I would believe were referred to as domes earlier, the metal pad there, all seemingly complying with this board's standards. Additionally, another suggestion could be that to the extent concrete were used, perhaps there could be some sort of imprinting on it to give it the appearance of brick, even if it weren't, although that is less desirable, in my opinion, as well. This particular project, going back to the after the fact portion of it, was not particularly well executed in workmanship on the front end. I believe several of these particular ramps were constructed multiple times, as well as in this picture that I see here on the right side of the screen in one of the buildings that I manage, there was roughly a quarter or a third of a cube just left standing for someone to clean up at some expense. And I think I heard someone say earlier, in other areas of the village, it remains today. So I strongly suggest that this board not approve this particular portion of the application after the fact. And in fact, with respect to the expansion of the project, that it be continued or otherwise given strict review and some sort of plan be formulated that allows for A, the safety of our guests to be preserved, but B, the character of this neighborhood. And that's all I have to say, and I'm willing to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the floor for public comment. Additional discussion by the board? And we're silent.
I know that the goal is always to look at a project as if it is a new project. And I think that would we have, gotten a proposed design, I don't think we would have moved forward with what is shown in these pictures. I would like to see more consideration to color, to maintaining the, existing, I guess, forms of the walkways. Even if you were to, you'd maintain that 4-foot block behind the dome, but still have the portion that's within the sidewalk, be a consistent material as like brick, like the sidewalk is. Because right now it's like chopping a line into the sidewalk. So.
Well, I might take that one step further and suggest that the standards don't really give room for us to consider any other materials as they're currently written.
That's correct.
And so that's where my challenge is if this had been presented as a design option, would there have been room for us to consider exactly the same evidence that we've heard today with regards to safety and durability and long-term maintenance and constructability? I don't, that's really true information, but it is, I think, outside of our purview. And that what's in our purview is the standards.
So the one standard that we're working with, has that been read here today?
We read it today.
Oh, sorry, it's in my staff report that I somehow missed.
All sidewalks within the core area should be paved in brick. On the, use historic paver dimensions, the paver color shall be dark red throughout the village. Pattern may be either a running bond or basket weave.
And there's also a statement from the development plan that's in my staff.
On the other one.
report.
So assuming we were to follow that standard and create these ramps out of brick, then the ADA compliance would mandate that we make the dome a light color.
Or the brick a light color.
Or a brick, just around the dome.
Right, which one thing I think that's probably important to keep in mind is that it's a little bit of a hodgepodge down there. And so I think, if we have approved at staff level other ramp improvements that were on city maintained streets that look similar to the one that has the level on it, with the lighter brick around it. There's some at the intersection of Swan Street and Angle Street that were approved probably 5 years ago or so. We had a standard brick from Pine Hall Brick, the company that I mentioned has the technical document related to ADA compliance with brick sidewalks and ramps. And that's where we sourced the brick for those improvements. And so there's other examples of that in the district. So to me, from a consistency standpoint, I think it's probably important for us to find one thing that, and knowing that those were recently improved ramps, that would be my suggestion or recommendation, is to go with the option with the lighter brick and the darker bronze pad. And we do, as was mentioned, we do have those bronze pads throughout the city. Obviously, they're all over our downtown, so.
Well, I think I feel a level of confidence in the sort of questions around constructability and of it being possible to build a ramp out of brick that's compliant with ADA. And I think the city certainly has experience in doing that and experience in the effort required to maintain it.
Right, and I think from a maintenance standpoint, in my mind, I think about it like an old house with wood windows, right? It might require more maintenance or be more, require a specialist or whatever, not for curb ramp for windows certainly, to maintain them is oftentimes, maintaining historically appropriate features is oftentimes more of a challenge.
Can I make one more statement as to maintenance?
Did you close the floor for public?
I did close it.
Okay.
How do I do that? Do we,
reopen?
This is
or
the
can we,
board's
should we?
discretion, I believe.
Is that our discretion? We'll reopen the floor for public comment.
As to the feasibility of maintenance of brick sidewalks and otherwise in Biltmore Village with the environmental conditions there, my private enterprise has found no difficulty in doing so. We have thousands of square feet of brick sidewalk, elevated and otherwise, that we've maintained throughout the years, much of which withstands vehicular traffic as well.
Any additional public comment?
I know I'm not public. Kind of. I'm a public servant. So the one thing I'm not aware of the 1992, that's it. But the only thing also that I have I guess I'm questioning is that for the 1988 guidelines, it says in there that brick paving is encouraged for public sidewalks. And they define encouraged as it won't require, but welcomes it. So that's just a little bit of confusion on my part.
We've got the standards, don't we, in our book?
I think
Is there a date revision in there?
it's October 1st, 1988. I think to me for some of the, and even with our current development ordinance, sometimes there's intent there, right?
And the Biltmore Park standards would override like secretary's standards
They're
and
more
other
specific.
more broad ones?
They're more detailed and specific for our individual districts and Secretary of the Interior standards. But then also too, the development plan was adopted after the design standards were. So, and it says, I'll read it out loud. My stuff. I know some of you weren't quite back at your seats yet either, but I know that some of the laptops batteries are getting really low.
Yeah,
with
they're-
our folks, and so Avery changed them to be on like low light, but if it dies, we'll just have to refer them, as we don't have a way to like recharge them on the phone for you guys, so sorry about that.
Yeah, it's being funny now. No, responding.
Yeah, so the historic streetscape character should be reestablished throughout the village, including street trees, lighting, and sidewalk paving.
So that sort of puts a pin in it a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was also, as I mentioned, that plan was developed in concurrence with our other city relevant city departments, including transportation and public works. So it wasn't like from a maintenance standpoint that we as an entity had a challenge around.
Well, I think it isn't that different than, say, the previous project where we have existing drawings from the original construction that were very clear about what was there and what the intent was. That's true for all of Albemarle Park and landscaping and site features. It's true for the house that we just reviewed. It's true in this case as well because we have an Olmsted plan that shows what we had there. And so that's a tool that we always use when evaluating the appropriateness and the congruity of an application, either after the fact or as a design proposal. So I think for me, there's, I have enough confidence in saying that the standards are clear about what not only the intent was for the village, but the intent of the design standards and the overlay of the development plan from 1992 with regards to material choice and how those are constructed.
Right, and then that's why I drafted my staff report the way that I did, to note the concerns, because I felt like it's kind of the commission's hands are tied a little bit here. Like, well, certainly, we all just talked through with the previous application or the first one for practicality purposes. What is, the standards are very straightforward.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear.
Any additional discussion?
So for projects going forward that haven't been completed yet, if we wanted to put a plan in place that we feel is more appropriate, is that something that we would do now or give feedback on? Or?
Staff
is this-
level. In that staff level, the
The
other ones, the
remaining-
red dots?
Yeah, or would we have them like revise a proposal to be more fitting and then review that, or?
I mean, if it's consistent with other ramps we've approved in the district, I don't see why we couldn't do that,
But this application, just to be clear, when we make a motion, we are making a motion for existing, already in place curbs and curbs that have not yet been installed, that are proposed.
I think if you all aren't okay with the concrete ramps, then the request needs to be rewritten, because that's what they're proposing to you.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, and right now the motion includes both of those chunks of the work.
Future and after the fact.
Yeah, future and things already installed. And so if we were to move in favor, then the 5 that aren't finished yet would proceed ahead as proposed. If we were not in favor of the application, then they would go back to the drawing board for the 5 that are not installed, and then propose a plan for correction of the ones that have been installed. So those are really our 2 options.
Right.
Yeah, you basically could deny the entire application, or they can make revisions accordingly based on the feedback today. I don't know how they would want to proceed.
So is that the choice of the applicant, whether they would want to like amend and resubmit, or is that our decision?
Who does that?
I mean, typically in the past, the commission has allowed people to make that choice for themselves.
Okay,
I guess
that's
you
fair.
don't technically have to.
Well, but the applicant could request a continuance
Yeah.
and to repropose based on what they've heard today, which would include a plan for correction of ramps installed already. If that was, so those are really the choices. We can make a motion or look to the applicant for guidance from how you would like us to proceed.
We'll take a continuance.
Okay, we come up to the front.
You have to ask to continue to a date specific. So if you wanted to continue to the next meeting and then you need to request another continuance, you can do that, but you just have to say.
I'd like to continuance till the next meeting, and then maybe another continuance after that, just depending.
Well, and I don't think, just to clarify, if you're not ready for the February meeting, which is what you've requested today, you don't have to come to the February
Okay.
meeting to request to continue to March, is that correct?
As long as the date's certain, it can be 2 meetings out.
Oh, good.
So you could either request to March right now if you think you need the time, because the application deadline for February.
I'm hearing March. I have somebody in the back telling me March.
Excellent. Okay, so March meeting is whatever date it is, I don't remember. Yeah, it's whatever the second Wednesday is. I think you can maybe just say the March meeting.
The March meeting.
Yes, excellent. Okay, and then we make a motion, right?
I'll make a motion to continue this to the March meeting.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
We're getting there, folks.
Madam Chair, request permission to rejoin the
Eric.
meeting.
Yes, thank you. You are welcome to us. We're going to move to our next meeting. I appreciate y'all's stamina today. This is a big docket today for sure. We are going to move to the Montford District. We are at 240 Flint Street. We'll look to Alex for a staff report to kick us off.
All right, thank you once again. I'm going to move through this one really quickly.
That would be a
No
change for
concerns
today,
in my
wouldn't it?
staff report.
That's a lovely change.
In this one, I'm excited because I think this is a really cute house. You can't see it from the street. Hopefully you guys got by there, but it's just really needs some love, obviously, and so someone has kindly agreed to take on this project house. It has come to us for a couple of minor work applications already, just FYI, like removing of the awning, removing of the non-original siding. It's got some kind of fiberglass or asphalt shingle siding on it. And so as far as this request goes, they're just proposing to replace the front porch posts, which appear to not be original to the structure. And I didn't walk up into it, but there's some photos in the packet of the interior of the front porch where you can see clearly that they're not part of the structure really. They were just set in there on top of the floor. And then they also are proposing to replace the railing with a railing that has siding on it, matching the original lap siding that's present on the house, and which is found in Montford throughout, and I think is consistent with the architectural style of this house, as well as then the entry stair that is on the right side of the porch is currently concrete. Also looks like it's not original to the structure, so they want to retain the concrete cheek walls, but construct new wooden steps within those cheek walls. Here's just some images of those spots in the house where you can see the porch posts and how badly deteriorated that whatever railing is. And the steps they're kind of coming away from the porch. They're also proposing to construct a little small overhang over the rear elevation over that current existing entry door. They're relocating some windows and also replacing one vinyl window and two on the front elevation and two on the side elevation with new wood windows. So they're doing some restoration work there as well. And then they also are proposing to construct this little small covered porch on the south elevation with a set of French doors to go into the house on that side. So in staff's opinion, this all is consistent with the standards and not noting any concerns, but happy to answer questions if you all have any.
Any questions for Alex?
Do the setbacks appear on that site plan? I know these Montford sites can be really tight, and if you're doing a porch addition,
Yeah, so,
sometimes that can be a conflict.
yeah, are you talking about on the rear? Yeah, so that was one thing that we talked about because they were originally proposing a deck on the rear elevation, which would have encroached into this rear setback. But the little shed roof won't encroach into the setback at all. And even if it did, I think you're allowed to have like 3 feet for a like covered porch.
The one thing I noticed was that I don't know what it's called, in that encased balustrade, there's like a vent sweep out below.
That's the
That's
water
common, but I didn't see it in the drawings. Is that just,
I'm not sure I know what, I'm not sure.
So
if
It's
when
about
the
6
railing is
inches.
solid, there's like a little cutout at the bottom, which
and it's
lets
common with all the
water
neighbor
come back
houses
out.
and that house.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like under, like where it meets the
Where
floor?
your toes could go
It's like
under.
the toe hang.
I think they would probably be fine to construct it that way.
And the height is gonna stay the same?
You'll like it when it's rainy.
I would think so.
It won't be such a bathtub on your front porch.
Code will establish height.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, if that's a
we'll
good
just push
question.
that around, that code.
That's a good well, it's a good question because in times past, if you're replacing a historic railing, you can
meet
go
the
back with
old
the
height.
same height, but not if it's like entirely reconstructed new railing. So that may not work for this house, unfortunately, but honestly, they don't really have any option here but to completely rebuild it, you
What
know?
if they rebuild it with a bar? But we can talk
Yeah,
about that.
the thing at the bottom, I think would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think that if they, be willing to hear your thoughts for sure, so. But I'm excited to, like I said, to see this little house.
It's a cute house.
Wow, the view looks pretty spectacular.
You guys have to send us progress photos.
Any questions, further questions for Alex? Okay, we could hear from the applicant if you've got some other information to provide.
And I'll pull up your packet here. We've got all your info if you want to show anything else, but I'll just leave it on the
I just want to
presentation.
say thank you to both Alex and Avery for being patient with me when I was using the portal and panicked and sent them emails that I'm not certain that everything was getting them. I'm Joyce McCune, and I'm one of the owners of Flint Streets. My daughter.
I'm Stephanie McCune. I'm also an owner.
Yeah, and Claire McCune. Stephanie did the elevation, so I thought you might have questions. Yeah, the porch railing, I didn't understand what the rules were here with historic properties because, we have to build it higher. It's going to change the scale of the porch with the house, which is a change to the historic nature of the structure. I'd rather not have to do that. If we can find some solids, if any of those uprights are solid and all we have to do is replace siding rather than replace the whole thing, then maybe we can get around it that way and keep that structure the way it is. And yes, we will do the cutouts.
Okay.
It makes it a whole lot easier to clean a porch and, to sweep a porch. And the little door in the front is actually the coal bin. And there's a lot of coal under there if anyone needs coal.
Oh, wow.
We've got coal. Our goal with the house is to, as I said to Alex, it's like peeling an onion, to just peel back all the things that have been done over time and bring it back to what it looked like. It was built, it appears on the city directory first in 1908. George Murray owned the property at the time, and he built 191 Cumberland, which is the house above us. It's the farmer, Jennifer Farmer. I don't have proof of this, but I think he probably built both structures at one time. And because they both appeared at the same time and he owned the property. So it does have a lot of issues. My husband and I live in an old house in Beaufort, North Carolina, 1896. This house is a whole lot like ours that when we bought it in 1983. So we've been through structural things and all that ourselves. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. If they're about elevations, Stephanie can answer.
Commissioners, you have questions for the applicant?
I would like to clear one thing up. In the drawing, it looked like the back door, the wooden back door was going to have 6 lights. We actually just want that to have 1 light because we are keeping the front door, and that is a single light door. It has, half wood, half window, instead the back door would be that way as well.
I maybe missed the detail in here somewhere, but the new posts that you're going to be putting in to support the porch roof, what are those going to be made of and look like?
They would just be basically a square column, so it would just be wooden square, 8 by 8.
And painted?
Painted in congruence with the porch colors, yeah.
We're actually, if these posts are not rotten at the bottom, we haven't really explored that. We're thinking we'll just wrap around them and so they will stay in place. And the window on the driveway side that we want to move a small window off the back that's original to that place, if you can find that. I'm actually hoping that we can keep those sashes and put them upstairs on the front in the front. So that way I'd have all original windows on the front and all original windows going down the driveway side, because those are the driveway faces the upper part of Flint Street, and then the front actually faces the lower. If you went by the house, you can't see it, but that's the goal.
I think one thing I meant to ask, and maybe we communicated back and forth on this choice, but the proposed flooring for the
the new
Right.
porch, you asked me, I think if it could just be wood decking.
I did. Since it's not on, of course, the front porch would be the tongue and groove, because that's what's there, and we would replace like for like. On the new porch, if we could do regular decking, it would be painted. I would like to do that. If y'all don't want me to, I'll do tongue and groove.
And it's open below that. There would be just, it's an elevated deck with it just open
Yes,
below.
and we would
Yeah.
wrap it with the square lattice, and it would all be painted, and there'll of course be landscaping around there from the approved list. That would kind of hide that.
So do we have so that makes me ask this question. But make sure I've got it correct first. Do we need a landscape plan, Alex, for that? Around that, the back porch or side porch? Because it's a side.
I don't really think so,
Okay.
because they're proposing lattice, but if you all want to require that.
Well, she mentioned that they're gonna landscape it. So do we need to see that, or are we okay?
Well, when I asked about it, you said that just little landscaping like that, it's just like a little garden bed, it's not a, I will be back, because we're necessarily going to have to put in a retaining wall, and I don't know if that's minor or major work, but part of the issue with the house is that the dirt has come down from Cumberland and buried the back wall, so we'll be back with that.
I mean, typically we don't require a CA even for landscaping, if it's just like really minor landscaping, and in the past, we've only required a landscape plan for like an addition or like a new accessory structure or
Yeah.
a primary structure. I don't know. I mean, I feel like they are screening the support posts, and so I don't have a strong opinion about that at all.
Do you have a strong opinion about the deck boards on this porch?
I don't think the commission has allowed wood decking on newer projects, like newer houses even, but at the same time, it's not gonna be visible from anywhere, and it's almost functioning a little bit it's not like a main entry porch or anything, it's secondary, but I will defer to you all on what you think is most appropriate, but, I'll pull up the standards, see what it is.
Commissioners, questions for the applicants, comments, feedback?
Thank you for taking this on. I'm following along with you, and I was just looking up on the decking on that back, and it says usually to keep it similar,
same,
but I'm looking at porches and I'm looking at decks. I may not be in the right section yet.
I mean, I think the detailing is just so similar
Page 72.
from
Yeah,
the front
that's
to the
right.
side because of the solid wrapped around railing.
We're happy to do the tongue and groove. Coming from the coast where we have a lot of humidity, I have found that, they're hard to maintain, but it is a 1908 house, and we will do that if that's what you would like us to
Thankfully, we're
do.
not at the coast.
Yes.
Did you tell me, Joyce, that you all had allowed a different alternative? It was because somebody proposed like a composite tongue and groove at
Yeah.
some
I
point for
forget the
construction.
name of it.
And Beaufort, on some new builds, that has been allowed.
We
It's
just
like
haven't seen
in
it.
the historic
AZEK
district.
is a brand
Yeah.
that makes a tongue and groove.
that- yeah, that
AZEK
was-
is a brand that
They
makes
call
that.
it porch board.
Yeah.
And it's it's similar to like a hardy siding or that kind of a composite material that installs like wood, but it just isn't. Right.
And our guidelines are a little different. We do allow hardy on additions, and I don't think that I saw that in the Montfort guidelines, so it's, we're in Montfort, and we're excited and amazed that this structure even existed and that it was sitting there, and that we can take care of it
It's been long
for.
forgotten, it looks like.
It has.
At this point.
Waiting for you.
It has.
It was. It
And,
was.
it's interesting because most of its life, even when George Murray owned it in 1908, it was a rental property. And so it's going to be a family property now. It's not going to be a rental or investment.
Well, all the, below there's all mill houses, kind of, going down to the,
Broadway.
Creek,
Yeah.
where the farm, I think they make pharmaceuticals or something down there. Still do.
Maybe a little different.
I know they said they lived, like I said, on Magnolia and run and walk and bike past this house and never, ever saw
Never
it
seen it.
Wow.
until it showed up for sale.
Did we settle whether or not the railing height is going to be an issue, or is that unsettled?
I think you said you were gonna try to like repair it, right, versus
I
try.
would like to do that.
If it's not, I mean, just considering potential, if it can't be repaired, if it has to be replaced, and if the height is an issue, you know, or the bar, you know, like the metal, is that something that is normally kind of deferred to staff approval? Okay.
Would typically be, wouldn't it, Alex, if they get into it and decide it can't be repaired?
Yeah, just if there's anything that, you know, in a project like this, it's bound to have kind of some unknowns that are going into the work, so you can always just circle back with me. if you
Okay.
think anything.
So if the building inspector tells us we have to do to code, then we can put a bar across that could coordinate with the handrail, actually? maybe?
Yeah, the way we've gotten around that in the past is doing like a little, like a cable railing that goes across
Okay.
on top of it. They did this at the Applewood Manor, I think, on Cumberland Circle. They had a bunch of original like balconies on the second story that matched the bottom floor. And they were really worried about, you know, liability from a commercial use standpoint, because all of those are guest rooms up on the second story. And so that's what they did instead of changing the railing that we put in there. And that was, building safety was okay with that, so.
All right.
Okay, we're going to pause the conversation and we will open the floor for public comment. Seeing no public comment, we will close the floor for public comment. Any further discussion from the board before we entertain a motion?
If there are no concerns, then I'll make a motion. Madam Chair, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, application and project description, 6 pages, Exhibit B, photographs of subject property, 11 pages, Exhibit C, additional photographs of subject property, 9 pages, Exhibit D, survey, Exhibit E, 1917 Sanborn Fire Insurance Map, Exhibit F, renderings, 5 pages, Exhibit G, roof and railing specifications, 2 pages, Exhibit H, window and door specifications, 4 pages, Exhibit I, revised renderings and plans, 6 pages, received December 21st, 2022. And the commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. 1, that the application is to wrap existing non-original front porch posts with 8x8 square painted wood, repair existing porch railing and flooring, replace existing concrete porch steps with new painted wood steps within existing concrete cheek walls. New 2-inch diameter black metal picket handrail will be installed on left side of steps. Construct 4-foot by 4-foot shed roof covering over entry on rear elevation. Structure will have 4-inch by 4-inch painted wood support posts and asphalt shingle roof matching existing. Construct an 8-foot by 12-foot covered porch on south elevation. Porch will have wood tongue and groove flooring, wood lap siding railing matching existing, 6-inch by 6-inch painted wood support posts, and asphalt shingles hipped roof matching existing. Porch supports will be screened with painted square lattice. Replace 1/1 double hung window on south elevation with wood French doors to access new porch. Replace 1 vinyl window on front elevation and 2 vinyl windows on side elevation with new wood Geldwin Sightline 2/2 STL windows. Relocate 1 original window from rear elevation to an existing opening on north elevation. Existing window to be removed will be preserved and stored on site. Exterior trim will be restored. 2 new wood JELD-WIN Sightline 2/2 SDL windows will be installed on rear elevation. Replace existing metal-clad entry door on rear elevation with new wood 6-light. What?
That's the single light door, right?
Oh, that's the
Single light.
single light? Replace existing, replace existing metal-clad single light door?
No, entry door on rear elevation with new wood single light door.
Oh, okay, with new wood single light door. All work will be in accordance with attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the standards for porches, entrances, and balconies found on pages 72 to 73 and windows and doors on pages 84 to 85 of the Montford Historic District Design Review Standards, adopted April 14, 2010, and amended December 9, 2019, were used to evaluate this request. 3, this application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. A, existing front porch posts and steps are not original to the house or compatible with the architectural style of the house. New posts and steps are compatible with the historic character of the building in height, proportion, material, texture, scale, detail, and color. B, new porch will be on side elevation and compatible with the existing structure in terms of roof form, scale, details, material, and color. C, new entryway shed roof over rear elevation is compatible with the existing structure in terms of roof form, scale, details, material, and color. D, vinyl windows are being replaced with wood windows matching the original windows on the house. E, new doors are compatible with the historic character of the building. F, window openings to be modified are on non-character defining elevations. 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Montford Historic District.
Second, Hornaday.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued.
Wait a second.
No conditions?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion also carries. Thanks for waiting so long.
Thank y'all.
And I'll follow up with you guys in the next couple of days or so about next steps.
All right, we're going to
Thank you.
move right on into the next application, which is new business also in Montford at 2 Woodlawn Avenue. And we'll talk with Alex first. I don't think that's...
I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead here. Okay, so this application is for some site work at this property on the corner of Bishop and Woodlawn. It's a little bungalow structure shown on the right-hand side there. And then there's the parcel map on the left-hand side. The main part of the reason why this is a major work application is because, sorry, I just put them into my mouth, is that they are proposing a new fence in the front yard. And all fences in front yards in Montford require review by the commission, and they are discouraged where they didn't exist historically. And so that's just an important to note. I will say that there's a smattering of fences, not on Woodlawn, but kind of wrapping the corner, which the applicant did include some examples of fences nearby on Flint Street. If you go around the corner on Flint Street, there's quite a number of picket fences and wood post and wire fences. The image on the bottom right. So one thing I don't really understand about this application that I talked with the applicant about is that, so there's an existing section of picket fencing that comes along the north side of the house and comes up to meet the front corner, building corner on that side. And so they want to connect from the new section of fence will go from there to the front, the north building corner on the front property line, and then go down to the other corner. but I don't think it's supposed to go back and connect to the existing section of fence that's in the rear yard. So I don't, usually we're looking at fences to enclose an area for dogs or children or whatever. And so my suggestion to the applicant was, can you just do a hedge instead of this if you're really just trying to achieve some kind of visual kind of privacy within the yard itself? It is a vacation rental, so I think just from an outdoor space usability, they want to do some flagstone paving along the side of the front walkway in the front yard, and then they want to also install the pergola that's on the right-hand side, or on the bottom, on the right-hand side of the walkway. And so those are kind of the other site improvements, and I think we would have been comfortable approving those things at staff level, but the fence is what kicked it into a major work review. But it's always a little bit of a, some places is more clear than others, where you have these like kind of very prominent, large lots where fencing is clearly not appropriate as a visual boundary within the landscape. This is a very shallow yard, but at the same time, I don't know that I don't really understand exactly what their need is for the fence itself. So I don't know that there's a real strong case to be made. So anyways, I just noted that their new fences in front yards are strongly discouraged when the commission has allowed them in the past. It's often been the wire fencing with landscaping in front of it. This, again, they don't really have a lot of usable area here. But I also can recall a case on Magnolia that the commission reviewed probably 4 or 5 years ago now, where a Magnolia Avenue has quite a number of wood picket fences and shallow yards. And so that was one area where the commission felt they could support a new picket fence because it kind of was consistent with the rest of the streetscape. But it can be hard to know whether there's any like real historic fences in Montfort. There just weren't a lot historically. And if they were usually the old wire fencing with the locust post because it was far more rural back then. There's at least one original, maybe 2 original wrought iron fences that I can think of, but in general, there weren't very many fences in Montfort, historically speaking. So the only other item I asked for was a stone sample, which I got from the applicant today, an image of what they're proposing for the little paved area there, so that's also been added to your packet, but don't have any other thoughts to add on this one, but if you have questions, happy to answer.
And we're on a corner, so we've really got 2 fronts is really what we're dealing with here.
Right?
Is that 4 feet, the same as the back?
No, sorry, thank you for asking that. I did ask the applicant to also go measure the existing fence, and it looks like it was probably installed at 3.5 feet, but there's some sections that are like 3 feet, 3 inches, so I think maybe probably it's just like gotten uneven over the years.
The back.
Yeah, so that was what I said it should match if you all are going to approve it.
Is the proposed new fence going along Bishop?
I don't think so, but I will let the applicant speak to that. It doesn't appear that it's shown that way on the site plan. That's what threw me off about the one for the project on Woodland, is that they were just doing the fence along the one little part of that garden. And so I usually, like I said, you're trying to enclose an area with a fence rather than just draw a straight line.
Just kind of identify.
There is an existing fence on the property.
Yeah, it's farther back, like on the, kind of where the
Maybe
driveway
Plan
is.
north, right? Plan north along that.
Yeah,
So
there's-
not on a street side.
There is one on the south side too. It's just in the rear yard. Here, I'll see if I can.
Oh, I see it. On the edge of that gravel parking, yeah.
Yeah, so there's 2 existing sections of fencing. I did also to point out too, I had a conversation with someone who called me yesterday objecting to this fence that has lived in the neighborhood since 1996, she said, or 93.
She's not here.
She's not here. She lives, I think, in Utah or somewhere else out of state, but she just reached out to let me know her concerns, kind of the same with the other people that let me know their feedback, but aren't present here. So it's like technically the commission can't really you can hear that, but it's without an opportunity to ask them questions. It's sort of, can't put as much weight on it. And generally, like I said, with the previous comments I said I gave, they weren't tied back to the design standards. They were just more generalized comments about yay or nay. So.
Okay. Other questions for Alex? Am I remembering this correctly? I thought that there was like a mini kind of older retaining wall in the front. There's some thoughts. Yes.
Yeah, there is, and there's an existing hedge. And so like if you, to me, it's not different than you requiring a hedge in the past to screen fences, right? That there's an existing kind of barrier there.
But they're proposing to remove that hedge and put a fence instead.
Mhm.
Along Woodlawn
Yes.
Avenue?
Yes.
But the fence would be above that stone wall, like within the stone wall?
It would be behind it, I believe, or maybe they're removing the stones. Is it on the site plan?
There's the.
Alex, do you know the height of the hedge that's there today?
I don't. We didn't measure the hedge height, but there's a stipulation in the standards that they be maintained at 4 feet or lower if it's along a right-of-way, primary right-of-way. But
So it's 4
About the
feet
same.
or
Fence
lower?
height.
Okay.
It's fence height, yes. It's kind of a fence. We could hear from the applicant if you've
Thank you.
got some additional information to provide.
Hi, I'm Rachel Clegg. I'm landscape architect on this little project. So there is an existing fence, and it's hard to see on the plan at this scale. But it runs along the property on the north side. And then again, there's one that frames where the gravel parking pad is. So, and there's up in front of, so between the parking pad on Bishop Place and the covered porch, there is a fence right at the edge, and then also running back towards Bishop Place. So it kind of, the fence, the picket fence lines the parking, the gravel parking pad on Bishop. There is an existing hedge on where the proposed picket fence would be along Woodlawn. And we're only proposing that picket fence on Woodlawn and not on Bishop Place because the hedge on Bishop Place is large enough and established enough that it creates enough privacy, and the homeowner did not want to disturb any of that. And it feels like it provides enough buffer and screen from the public space of the street. The reason she wants to put in a fence along Woodlawn is to create more of a sitting area for the front, and also more of a privacy garden in the sense that it just creates that barrier between the public space of Woodlawn and the front walk. The hedge that's there, and it's where the fence will be, it would need to be replaced. Half of them, it's pretty old, it's kind of, parts of it are dying. There's an existing large red maple up there at the north corner, front corner of the property. And so that root system is pretty established, and trying to get a privacy hedge of a certain ball and burlap shape and digging something enough and not disturbing that root system is going to become very difficult. So that's why we decided to try to go with a picket fence that would match the existing picket fence that's there. So in addition to it running along Woodlawn, is it's going to turn back and meet the existing fence that is between to Woodlawn and their neighbor to the north. So on that property line. So and just meet the existing fence there. So it would just be a continuation of that. And the precedent, there is another sheet with this set that I submitted. So this is the existing conditions is what you're seeing now, and there was a proposed on the other side on sheet 2, and then in sheet 3, it shows some precedent. So there's precedent along Bishop Place that corners Flint Street, and then there's precedent on neighboring properties on Flint Street as well. And their addresses are on there. So there are 3-4 properties right around that block that also have this similar white picket fence in their front yard. So, and the height would be 3.5 feet. So it would be consistent with all of that. So, and then as far as the stone, what we're proposing of just throwing some small patio on the other side of the existing front concrete walk, not disturbing the walk, but putting in some Tennessee fieldstone. So it would be, and then the gray palette as opposed to a sand palette. So that's, and it wouldn't be any larger than an 8x8 small garden patio there. And then on the other side of that concrete walk is an arbor, which there's an image of the wooden swing and arbor on this sheet that you can see. So I think that's all.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
The other examples of fences, are they also not connected to the back of their yard? They're open? They don't continue a circuit?
There is one on Flint Street that's across the street, and I don't have the address.
One of those bigger houses on Flint Street?
97 looks like it's catty corner from your property. 97 Flint Street.
There are 2 that do run along back of Bishop, and so they do run back. I don't know if they run the back of their property.
Yeah, they're connected to the.
But
yeah,
they're connected to the
making a
side,
box.
yeah.
But you're not making a box, right? I'm just making sure, you're just making an L.
Yes.
And we're just voting on fence, nothing else, right?
Well, you have to approve the other landscape features, but
Okay,
I didn't have any concerns about them. I mean,
okay.
the little pergola swing thing, it's like a removable.
Easily
Furniture.
removed.
Yeah. Other questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll pause and open the floor for public comment. See none, we'll close the floor for public comment. Future or further discussion from the commission. Thoughts about the fence? We love.
It seems like, you know, they've presented instances in the immediate vicinity where there's, you know, other front of yard fences that are, you know, low, not too like, you know, not too imposing.
And we've often required landscaping to screen it from the, you know, to set it back from the property line to screen between the back edge of the sidewalk to the fence.
And it
That's
looks
been a
like they've got
common
that.
strategy that that has been used on, you know, in other similar conditions where we're considering fences in the front yard. I sort of understand, I think it'd be a shame to lose the maple in favor of a hedge there rather than a fence. If there's some concerns about disrupting the drip line of that big tree, of the big trees on the corner, to, you know, establish a new hedge that matches the sort of side of the house, I think that would be a little bit of a shame. But some smaller scale, you know, landscaping in front of the fence between the back of that rock kind of wall and the fence, I would be in support of that to sort of soften it, I think, a little bit. There's obviously fence on the property already.
We have the standard too that says, the new fence location will be compatible with the traditional historic relationships of fences, to historic properties in the district, but it might be helpful if you all want to approve it, then you maybe take it a step farther and kind of make a finding why it's appropriate for this particular location.
To that end, the guidelines say the installation of fences in front yards where they did not exist historically is strongly discouraged, as it changes the historic character of the streetscape and introduces a distinct visual boundary where none previously existed. I think that there is a case to be made that there is already a hedge that is the height of roughly the fence that's to go in, that as a solid boundary is an even more, an even denser visual barrier than what will be presented by a picket fence. So if the issue is, the visual boundary, it arguably would change to be less distinct.
And I think too, the commission usually, the way we view wooden picket fences in particular in the past is more of adding an architectural feature to the landscape, but in this case, since they already have picket fencing, that it wouldn't make sense to have a different kind of fencing to that wouldn't match. And that's very commonly found right around the corner, but I do understand the person who contacted me that there aren't, like Woodlawn in particular, there aren't.
Right, but this is, a corner property is going to speak to a lot of different directions in a way that a middle-of-the-block property wouldn't. We're going to experience this house as we turn the corner, and as soon as we turn the corner, we're going to see a picket fence at 97 Flint Street. And so, I don't think there's doesn't feel like a particularly disruptive part of an experience as you're sort of driving and turning that corner because of the visual barrier that the hedge already presents, the presence of fencing already on the property, and the context of the surrounding and adjacent properties with similar fencing.
Yeah, and I
language.
wasn't disagreeing with that point, I just was pointing out that.
Yeah. Anybody else? Will? You're usually a stickler.
Yeah, I just feel it's sort of the looseness of the fence being open and not being completed. When the street with the fences is Bishop and not Woodlawn. And so we're only putting a fence on Woodlawn and not Bishop. And I don't know if it does anything because, well, I'm sure it does something, but that's where I'm struggling. Is it wasn't there historically, I guess. It looks great to have it, but it's just kind of a weird solution to be going down that street and then have that gap and then it appears on Woodlawn. So I just have a continuity.
Would the
jump.
addition of a newel post on the corner help your concern? Just something a little stouter that ends that fence?
I figured there would be one there, like a little bit taller of
Or
something.
taller, fatter, kind of.
And at the other corner too.
Marker, yeah.
What about landscaping in front of it? Smaller scale, like we've done in some other properties.
On the example photos from other properties, where you can see the 97 Flint Street is like right up against the sidewalk, I would probably discourage that look and prefer the look of 103 that has plantings in front of the fence.
Right.
Well, and there's the proposed location, it has an inherent offset from the edge of the
Yeah.
sidewalk already. It could, if we planted stuff there, would it soften your,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I think that makes, the impact from the street view, like, less obvious and, I think softer
Yeah.
is the word you used before.
In my mind, the only difference in the experience while driving down Woodlawn is you've got a green fence there and you'll have a white fence presumably, or some other color fence because of the hedge that's already there. I sort of feel like it's
Yeah.
already reads pretty well like a fence.
Can I play devil's advocate
Mhm.
and say, are you guys then like, I mean, not that you could see into the future, but like, what's not to someone to come in 3 years and that, I'm the next neighbor on the lawn. My neighbor has a pet, you know, like.
Well, I mean, that's been happening in Montford always. I mean, every fence we've approved has, someone's brought us precedent of a fence that's already there. Recognizing that not all of them have been approved in other locations. Who knows if these properties had fences, precedent before we were approving fences. I don't know that we would have approved them anywhere, but we've got them. So what do we do with that? And is it the slippery slope you're describing?
Yeah.
That just because there are some that didn't.
Part of the standards that probably should be worked on again, we did amend them back in 2016, I think, but it was mostly for the purpose of requiring all fences and front yards to go before the commission versus, because prior to that, it was only wood picket fences. And so we were seeing applications come in that staff just not, fences are so controversial in Montford that I don't want to.
But there's nothing in the standards that prevents them all from planting a hedge right in their front yard either.
And I understand your point that it's a visual boundary, but I think it's a different visual boundary, right? Like a wood picket fence is more like a decorative element within the landscape. So to me, it is like a constructed thing versus a naturalized vegetation. To me, I'm kind of going back and forth on this application, I feel like, because I just don't really, like, without it connecting to something on the other side, what is the purpose?
Yeah,
Like,
I
what's the
can-
justification for it? I mean,
Decorative is allowed, so and so I guess it's just purely decorative. Is that true?
Well, from that
It says it, but-
standpoint, there's nothing in the standards that requires us to consider its purpose either, right?
no, but I think like in your.
Yeah.
Utility, yeah.
But I do remember instances in the past where we were having like a really tough time deciding if it was appropriate in cases where there was like a real need for it. Like we have small children, we don't want
Or
them to
we
run into the
have
street.
people at the bus stop sitting on our front porch
Yeah.
or something
Yeah.
like that. Something like that. There was one like that too, but.
Whereas in this
Yeah.
case, it doesn't seem like there's any like must like that, and like we've had in some of the previous cases, like urgency.
To respond, Alex, to your point about, the difference between a natural barrier and a constructed barrier, like a fence, if the guidelines were written in a way that was specified, a preference for natural barriers over constructed barriers, if the guideline language or the standard language wasn't strongly discouraged, as it changes the historic character of the streetscape and introduces a distinct visual boundary, it's that introduces a distinct visual boundary. You have one here, but the guidelines aren't specific, or standards aren't specific about appropriate visual boundaries. So if the standards get updated and this is still an issue in Montford, then the standards should be more specific.
I don't disagree, but I think you could then refer back to the landscape standards. And then in looking at the historic landscape, there were lots of hedges and rows of hemlocks and whatever that were vegetative boundaries, delineating property boundaries, so. It is subjective without, but it's intentionally written that way, right? So that you consider each situation individually, I think, but obviously we always are challenged by this. Better.
Every time. Every time.
I'm going to support it because it's allowed in the standards and it's following the rules, it's staying within the height, it's doing, the standards are a little wonky on, they're discouraged but allowed, so if it gets written better, or it gets changed, then I would probably vote differently. But the way it's written now, I'm supporting the fence.
I think in terms of tying a motion back to the standards, I think you've really a little bit nailed it for me in terms of there's the presence of a visual boundary already exists. And by all observations, it's been there for a long time. And so I think I would be in support of the application for that reason that I think kind of directly connects us back to the standards.
I also think it's worth noting that there's been testimony that the hedge is unhealthy and deteriorating, and
You can see it in the picture.
it's visible in the photos, that removal of that existing visual boundary is appropriate.
And that replanting could endanger the tree.
Correct.
Okay. If it's all right with everyone, I will read yet another motion.
4,000.
Just looking for volunteers.
Yeah, if there's a volunteer to do this one, it's shorter.
And faster.
Okay.
Say Woodlawn, yeah.
Madam Chair, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, application and project description, 3 pages. Exhibit B, photographs of subject property and plans, 3 pages. Exhibit C, photographs of existing fence, 3 pages, received December 21st, 2022. Exhibit D, fieldstone image, received January 11th, 2023. And the commissioner's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. 1, that the application is to construct new section of 3.5-foot tall painted wood picket fence along eastern and northern property boundaries. New fence will connect to existing section of wood picket fence along northern property boundary. Install 8-foot by 8-foot section of flagstone pavers adjacent to front walkway. Install 6-foot wide painted wood arbor with swing in front yard. All work will be in accordance with the attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the standards for fences and walls found on pages 36 to 37 and landscaping and trees on pages 40 to 41 of the Montford Historic District Design Review Standards, adopted April 14th, 2010, and amended December 9th, 2019, were used to evaluate this request. 3, this application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. A, new fence will match existing wood picket fence on the site and will be similar in height and designed to the other fences in the district. B, new fence location is compatible with the traditional historic relationship of fences to historic properties in the district. C, new fence will be in keeping with the architectural style of the house. D, new paved area will be constructed of stone. E, new landscape structure is compatible with the historic neighborhood in material and scale. 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Montford Historic District.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Based on the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion also carries. Okay. We've got one more item on our agenda, but there's been a request for a bit of a 5-minute break. Apologize for the last application that has been waiting, but we're on hour 4.5. So if we could have a little bit of a 5-minute break, that would be really helpful. So, yes.
Hey, how are you?
Now he's 7. Yeah, so, and I thought he would be an even bigger dog because his little paws are like that. But he still brings me every day, he brings me treats. He's just not that kind of dog that always has to have something. And he's like, when he wants to go out, he brings me a toy, everything. It's like his way of saying, here, girl. How's your little dog, James? Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, really? Are they about the same size? I would say the same. Yeah. I used to see you walking on town, now it's Manchester. Marshall? Yeah, it's a good thing, and you see it everywhere, remember? Hayward Electric, there's Hayward County, like other dogs, and hound dogs, go out Johnson from Hayward County. There's shelter there, tons of hound dogs. Yeah, even as cute as he is, little Hayward got taken back twice. He was 3 months old, they get somebody in his morning, and I'm like, how did anybody say no? And I had had a black lab for 13 years. Yeah, it took me 2 years.
Avery and I are gonna eat all the food.
Ready?
Started with that second. Oops, I messed up your trash. Water to get rid of. She does so delicious. I never get this thing. Spinach salad is so delicious. All right. They don't either. She does? Yeah. What's it made of? Oh, I like Doritos. Did you buy more of those for chocolate? The best ones are the sweet.
Okay, I'm gonna try them.
Yeah, so we're going to take some time with this. Avery, I'm about 25%, so not bad.
screen dimming idea is. Oh, no. Well, that's what happened to my personal laptop. Like, it was fine, and then,
It was when he was in jail. But it hasn't, we haven't seen it since. But it's been. You haven't seen it? Correct.
Which address is this one?
Elizabeth Place.
Okay, maybe I do a
Computers.
I didn't realize that the house on property.
Mine's been like sticky all day.
Okay. Oh, it is?
That's it, let's be a from Oxford. Well, here's a question, when was the last house built? The house that's getting the funds? Okay.
Oh, we got a computer problem again. And now we're missing a green. I do too. He pushes something on that lead right there.
I know, I don't know which button it is though. I don't want to make it worse. Oh wait, now here we are, okay.
I think it just times out.
It's been very persnickety the last little bit here.
All right, we've got everybody, right? You ready, Alex? Sorry. Last time I had to do it twice because no one heard it the first time, so I thought I'd be a little bit more forceful. That's right. It's 8:30.
8:30, let's go.
Yeah, we're ready to go. There we go. All right. Excellent. We've reached the last item on our agenda tonight, and that is also in Montford, 25 Elizabeth Place. And we will start with our staff report. Alex.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this application is for construction of 2 new multifamily structures in Montford on Elizabeth Place. This is the corner of Elizabeth Place and Starnes Avenue. So you see the site map on the slide as well as the proposed site plan. There are 2 buildings that are immediately adjacent to each other. I think in my rush to get my presentations done yesterday, I didn't include photos of the existing building that's on the site, but they are within the application packet, and we can look through those photos if you want to discuss that. It is the existing house that's there, I believe was constructed in 1945, thereabouts, and is considered a non-contributing structure to the district. The end of the period of significance for Montford is 1929. And we did ask the applicant to at least demonstrate to us that they made good faith effort to try to find an alternative to demolition, like relocation. And so I think they did put an ad in the Montford newsletter for some time. I'll let them speak to any other avenues they pursued as far as the existing structure goes, but it's a tiny little building, so hard to probably, for the expense of relocating it, probably justify it. In any case, so this is the proposed site plan. On the bottom left are the varying site features, including the site lighting, handrail, walkway, paving materials, retaining wall materials, trash enclosure materials. And then these are, I'm just going to, the next few slides are the proposed elevation drawings. So I think in maybe the landscape plans referred to them as building A and building B, but these plans refer to them as building 1 and building 2, building 1 being the one on the corner. So I'm just going to go with that. Since this,
Is it possible to expand that to the full screen?
yeah, for sure.
Mine is
Going, is your,
populating, so.
it's not,
Mine's messing around.
I don't usually go in slideshows since I'm kind of going back and forth, but, okay, so these are the two proposed structures, 2.5 stories on the front, and then the sides and the rears, 3 stories. So I'm just going to go through the elevation drawings. This is the two on the top are the courtyard elevations. There's a shared courtyard proposed between the two structures. And then this is the north elevation on the bottom of building 2. And then these are the rear elevation drawings. So I've communicated with the applicant. We've met a couple of times to talk about this project and the proposal. And I kind of fleshed out my concerns about the overall design of the structures in an email to them yesterday. No, we talked through some of those thoughts before, but typically when the commission has been reviewing new construction projects in Montford, it's been the consensus that that the new building should be designed in a single architectural style consistent with Montford. Let me go back to a couple of slides ago. My thoughts on this particular design is sort of like kind of incorporate some more craftsman elements, which are found on some larger structures in Montford, for sure. But I struggle a little bit with the design, overall design of these two structures being, to the extent I think necessary, compatible with the architectural style of historic houses in Montford. In particular, I think that most houses in Montford have a prominent front porch, like entryway that's set within a front porch, and these little shed main entryways, I think, is part of what's throwing off the design to me. I think there could be more variation in the fenestration, especially between the two buildings, because they are going to be right next to each other, and the fenestration is very regular, whereas at least in Montford, there is, on historic houses, quite a bit of variation of fenestration. And I also there's not, to me, I asked the applicant if there were examples of other porches on front elevations where there's multiple entry doors. That's not super common for a historic house, and so I struggle with that aspect of this as well. And again, it's kind of almost like the form, they're such large structures that almost like to me, I struggle to blend craftsman style into those larger structures. There are some multifamily structures on Elizabeth Place, but they're brick colonial revival. There's one around the corner on Starnes. It's more of, I would have not guessed it was Queen Anne, except for I looked at the National Register nomination because I was like, what even is this style? But I did drop the National Register nomination in your packet as well if you want to go through it. But most of the time in in National Register inventory, it doesn't delineate the specific architectural style. Anyways, it does for some of the larger buildings or more prominent buildings. But so my other concern relates back to like the overall massing and form is that while we do see those colonial revival style historic houses or historic structures on Elizabeth Place next to kind of the smaller residential buildings, we don't see this kind of bigger meandering, almost presenting as single family style house on Elizabeth Place. So I struggle a little bit with the overall design being consistent with the streetscape of Elizabeth Place, if that makes sense. I don't want to be clear too that while I'm presenting all of this information to you, it's solely based on the design standards. I don't want there to be a question that staff doesn't support infill housing for sure. And I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate for this site. I just think it's maybe there's some design changes that could be made to potentially fit better within this particular site. The other thing I wanted to point out is that in terms of materials, I think the building on the left has more of a traditional kind of makeup in terms of the materials separated between the two floors. However, brick is not a common material in Montford. It's common for like, minimal foundation or colonial revival style houses, but as like a presenting kind of up beyond of what would be a traditional foundation level as more of a siding material is not, it's kind of unusual for more, or I guess more of a contemporary design, in particular the building on the right where it comes up higher on the building. And that one also has the differing material on the like kind of vertical piece that's differing from the rest of the siding. And then there's also introduction of stucco. So there's really multiple for each building, kind of a lot going on material-wise. There's also, and I communicated all of this to the applicant, but there's also, the commission, to my knowledge, has not approved multiple roof materials as we've talked about in other applications. So they are proposing asphalt shingle, but also standing seam on the shed roof and the hip roof portions on the front elevations there. I noted a minor thing about picket spacing and the railing design. We've kind of got this double top rail going on, and I'm not sure what that design element is. I can't think of a structure that has that particular design element that I've seen, but again, it's up to the applicant, obviously, to provide examples if they, are making the case for these things. And I just noted the picket spacing because I think the max you all have allowed is 4 inches on center, and it's 4.5 inches as proposed. I did note one thing about the landscape was just that as we were just talking about, I guess we didn't go really into great detail, but the landscape in Montford, if you read the National Register nomination and the design guidelines, it was very naturalized. It wasn't a formal landscape in most cases. And they have to, because of our underlying zoning requirements, they have to meet the planting requirements for the site. But I wonder if maybe in the front, at least, it could be a little more varied in terms of the plant like material and the way it's set within the landscape. It's very uniform, and I wonder if it could be a little bit more, I don't know if meandering is the right word, but somehow softening that to be a little less formal might be more consistent with Montford. And then I noted the proposed boulder retaining wall in the back there. I just got the images of examples from the landscape architect, so I will drop those in the packet also. And then because usually new construction projects take multiple meetings to get through, there's a fairly long list of stuff that's outstanding, so that's okay. It's just still stuff that we need to have to review at some point. So, and any questions for me? I should also I want to communicate, and I'm sure the applicant will communicate this as well. This project did come to the commission 4 or 5 years ago, and at that point it was just these 3 parcels that were under consideration. But the developer owns the properties up front on Broadway. Those are outside of the historic district boundary, but they are taking the whole project through development review at the same time. So it kicked it into level 2 site plan review, and so they had to have a neighborhood meeting as part of that. And so I just wanted to inform you all that had been part of this process, aside from just our kind of status quo HRC steps.
Questions for Alex? Okay. Good to hear from the applicant.
You pull up your presentation, Robin. Sorry.
Okay.
Started talking before I. So quiet here.
Hi again. How's everybody doing? Who's on first?
Okay, and there's all the documents if you,
Oh.
you want me to help you?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, I do. Let's see, where are we? If you just get to my site package.
I can't even read at this point, my
I
eyes are so
know.
tired. There's your
Site plan?
Yeah. Which one do you want to start on?
I don't think we need to talk about existing conditions. I mean, we can. That site, that's kind of boring. Maybe just
Okay.
go to we'll just go to the rendering. Oh.
Do you want to go, I know, yeah, we have the revised one, it's just a different exhibit.
So while we are queuing up the correct thing, I'm Suzanne Godsey. I'm a landscape architect at Siteworks Studios. I've been practicing landscape architecture for 27 years in Asheville and Western North Carolina. I'm happy to be here tonight. This is a time of the night where I get a little bit punchy. I'm sure you guys have done a lot of work.
You weren't here earlier, right?
I was not sworn in.
So you
No,
need to
I
be
wasn't.
sworn in.
Thank you. That was very good catch.
That's good.
Thank you.
All right, give me 1 second. Anybody else that wasn't here at the beginning of our meeting who intends to speak today can come to the front and get sworn in. We'll do them all of you at once. Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness for the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So again, here to talk about the site plan really quickly. As Alex mentioned, we've got 2 buildings on the site. They lay out really well. We're utilizing the slope that goes down Starnes Avenue to create an additional floor level at the parking lot level. We've got 20 parking spaces on site. One of the things that we talked about with the neighborhood, and they've made very clear to us, desperate need for parking in Montford, everywhere. So their message to us was as much parking as humanly possible. So we have to balance a lot of things. Obviously, as land planners, we've got code issues, we've got HRC issues, we've got impervious surface issues, we've got all these things. This is what we think the site can bear, and we think that it is very appropriate for the number of units that we've got. We're proposing for the parking lot to be concrete. And a couple of site features, we've got the appropriate street trees. We've got a lot of foundation plantings that's over and above what's required by the city. In reading the standards for landscaping, I do want to push back just a little bit about the naturalized landscaping on the front facade or the side facade on Starnes. If hedgerows are something that is talked about in the historic guidelines, that there's nothing more formal than a hedgerow. So to then step back to foundation plantings and want to naturalize them, there's a bit of a discrepancy there. And in my mind, we've got a varied elevation for the 2 buildings, and the plantings mimic that as well. They're varied. So I'll just put a plug in for the landscape plan in that regard, however, open to comments. We've got, because of the number of units, this project does not call for a dumpster. So we're doing a trash enclosure that's more pedestrian scale. We proposed the same type of screening for a project that was approved by this commission, 119 Cumberland, which is an opaque wood screen, and there's a photo example in your packet that will give you an idea. And from Starnes and the view that you'd be able to actually see it, we are proposing a hedgerow, evergreen plantings to screen that a little bit further. In between the 2 buildings, we've got this nice little courtyard area with some benches, a little focal point, could be some type of sculpture or something. And then flanking it in the back, connecting the 2 buildings together, is a low seat wall. So we're able to take this small wall and create some seating at the back of that courtyard space. We do, as Alex mentioned, we are proposing these 2 projects, 183 Broadway and this Elizabeth Place project at the same time. We're required by code to buffer the 2 projects from one another, which doesn't really make a lot of sense when they're the same project together, but that's how code reads. So we do have a lot of
proposed vegetation between the two projects, which I think more than accommodates the 12 trees that we're removing from the site. And a lot of those trees are being hacked currently by the power company. We have power lines along Starnes and Elizabeth, and so what we're able to do is to provide street trees. We're replacing street trees that are small deciduous, which is per code, so that they will not be topped or hacked off by the power company. The last thing that Alex mentioned that we have on the site, just in terms of some grading on the site, we do have a 5-foot boulder retaining wall that's on the north side of the site. We're proposing that to be a naturalized boulder retaining wall. And the reason why I like this material for this retaining wall is adjacent to this project, you've probably seen those townhomes that are along Broadway. They did a large stream restoration project where Reed Creek outfalls behind those buildings. And that culvert is 7.5 feet tall. And flanking it as wing walls are some large boulders that are, so this is mimicking that, and it's set back approximately 30 feet up the slope from where those boulder wing walls are for the stream restoration. So it really harkens more towards the naturalized perspective that's happening at the creek level than what's happening at Starnes or Elizabeth Place. And no one in the historic district can actually see that boulder wall, and no one from Elizabeth Place can see what's happening down into the courtyard because it's sloping down to that lower level. So some of these things are a little bit private and not necessarily visually important to the historic district. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them now or later.
Any questions about the site? The low wall that you were talking about in that sort of gathering area in between, is that, I saw in your photograph examples, there was one that was almost like a planter wall, that has like plants coming out of the top of it or behind it. Are you using that wall or planting by it?
Let's see, how do I run this thing?
It was,
Alex,
good question. Okay,
It's too late.
It was picture number 6 on page L500, brick seat wall.
Goes on here. It's too tiny to see.
I didn't mean to cause trouble.
No, you're fine. It's just late. Computer doesn't want to cooperate either.
Yeah, at the bottom of that page. Is that, so, it looks like sort of a.
Yeah, so the one that's got the chaise lounges in front of it. Let me see. This is gonna have to make me go back to.
It's not touchscreen.
Oh.
Where do you want to go?
Go back up to the rendered
The plan.
landscape plan, yeah.
Because I was just wondering, like, from the street view on the sidewalk there, are there like plantings in front of the wall?
Oh, you won't see it because it's below the street level.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that is sloping down, so you won't
Nice.
see it. That
Okay.
is at the lower level. Well, I'm here if you have any other questions. Do you have anything
So,
else?
Just so the appearance of the buildings is pretty much completely separate buildings? There's not like a connecting element?
No, not from the front facade. There's nothing connecting the two. Yeah, no problem. So I'll turn it over to Rob.
Hello, I'm Robin with Row House Architects. I prepared a slideshow to kind of talk about how we arrived at this design. First of all, the client wanted it to look like two separate large homes, so that's what we went with. And we approached these buildings with the vernacular style approach, which is not one particular style, which is found throughout Montford. We took elements that inspired us throughout Montford and used them in this building, in these two buildings. Page 20 of the Montford Guidelines talks a little bit about the vernacular style, and it also mentions Richard Sharp Smith, and Richard Sharp Smith worked in the vernacular style as well, and he was a major inspiration in these buildings, as I will show you. These are the streetscape renderings. On top, you can see the Elizabeth Place. You see our two buildings, and then there's a small building on 31 Elizabeth Place. It's a tiny rectangular blue one-story building, which I would say is an anomaly. In Montford, there's not a lot like that. And then across from Starnes, if you cut a section, that is approximately the height of, I can't read the address, but it's the one on Starnes through section. So I feel like our buildings can contextually fit in with the massing of the building on Starnes. It would be hard to design a project to fit in with the massing of 31 Elizabeth Place. And then the next one is the streetscape rendering from Starnes Avenue. And you have our building facing Starnes, and then you have a small yellow house, and then you move to the next two buildings. The one, I think, is the Queen Anne that Alex was talking about, maybe that gray one on 33. 33 Starnes is a three-story building. It has some street-facing gables. It has a multi-level porch. And then the next one up, which I cannot read the address for, is also a multi-level, pretty large house. So I feel like massing-wise, our building fits in on Starnes as well, because then as you go down Starnes, you're entering Broadway, which becomes more commercial, NCD zoned, and larger. So for building one, we were inspired by the Otis Green house massing. What we were also trying to do is fit 8 apartments in these buildings. So as Suzanne was talking about with the code requirements and things like that, that limits a little bit of what we can do. So the straight across the front of the building front porch, as lovely as that is, it is very limiting in these two apartment buildings. We had a stair tower and an elevator, which is what you see in the vertical piece. And we wanted to find buildings that the rhythm of the porch was interrupted by the massing of the house. And this is the Otis Green house, and the edge of the building steps up to interrupt the porch, so the porch doesn't run all the way across. And here are a few more. There's a building on Panola that the vertical is accentuated on the side of the building there. And then the house on Flint Street, the porch stops as the house mass steps forward. I'm going to talk with my hands. And then West Chestnut Street has a very strong vertical on one side. And actually, if you look at the front of that building, it is a strong vertical. And then my favorite house that I used to live in, 200 Flint Street, has a cute little vertical corner that's accentuated. And it has material changes too. It has some shakes to masonry below. And also wanted to, well, I'm not there yet. And there's 33 Starnes with a 3-story porch, and another house on Starnes that the tall gabled dormer interrupts the porch. And then one on Blake Street. The Blake Street has brick around the base, so does the one on Starnes. And then here's some fenestration examples. In building one, we wanted to accentuate the vertical circulation and showcase it a little differently than the residential areas, so we used a different type of window. And here are 3 homes where there were several types of windows used. And we have the multi-pane windows in that vertical part, and I feel like those kind of reference the blue house on the right with the more historic diamond-shaped division. I feel like those are kind of a nod to that, and then we found some other houses that had that style of window. for building 2, the massing and design inspiration was the 1900 Inn on Montford. We liked the double gables and liked the rhythm that created, and there it is. And we also borrowed those brackets for this house as well. And then here are some other buildings where there's a strong vertical element with the porch and some more double gable rhythms or triple gable rhythms as we have down on the bottom. And door examples, we have the main front doors to the buildings are pretty much solid wood with a small light at the top, but on each porch we have some French doors, glass French doors, because we wanted to bring light into the units, and we wanted them to be able to be a window and a door. So we found some examples of full light doors. The one on the top is a double French door, and the one on the right is a single. And here are some homes with multiple roofing materials. The one on 96 Montford has some slate and then metal roofing on the porch. And then the one on 132 Chestnut Street, asphalt with a standing seam. And then the one on Montford Avenue at the bottom, it's asphalt except for the little dormers at the top are metal. And that is that presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Do you have addresses for the houses on the previous slide?
I was running and taking pictures, and when I got back home, I couldn't remember some of them, but I can find out and get it to you.
Do you remember where the house on the top left? It is, okay.
Questions for Robin? Anybody else on the applicant team want to say?
Chair and commissioners,
Are you part of the team of applicants?
no, I'm a citizen.
Sorry. We will, I want to get through all of our
Oh, I'm
applicants.
sorry.
And then I'll open the floor for public
Excuse me,
comment.
thank you.
It's okay, it's okay.
Hey, my name is Jay Lurie. I am a co-developer of one of the applicants. I just wanted to kind of really make an introduction of who we are and kind of the process of what we've been through. We have, a little bit about us, let me go back chronologically. So 37 Montford, a little history about us. We've been around for about 23 years, building and developing in the real estate business around Montford and downtown. Our first project in Montford that went through HRC was 37 Montford Avenue, which is right across the street from the Chamber. We built that office building, we operated in it, and then we sold it to the Board of Realtors. It was a Griffin Award. We moved on from that one down to Broadway, where we built the Pioneer Building, which is where the home of High Five Coffee is, if you know that building. It is a mixed-use building with retail, office, and condos. From there, we moved on to the Broadway townhomes that we just finished, which was also a Griffin Award winner. Not in the historic district, but we care about Montford. We have 2 to 3 acres. We're invested in the community. We're not out-of-town developers. We care about what we do, and we care about the process. We recently just purchased 119 Cumberland, which is a church on the corner of Flint and Cumberland, which has also been approved by this commission, and we are about to break ground converting that into 6 units. We're super excited about that one. We have one more project on Broadway where they're going to finish out the block, and then this is part of it. Pre-COVID, we brought a project to the commission. Now, I know everybody here is new. They weren't involved in that project. There were lawyers, there were hundreds of people in the community, there was an uproar, and that project got stalled out with COVID, and then also gave us some time to reflect as developers. We listened to the community, we took notes, we redesigned. We took care of a retaining wall that was 19 foot, we got rid of that. We went from 22 units with 13 parking spaces down to 16 units with 20 parking spaces. We have addressed trying to put something in the neighborhood that matches. We, as developers, just to be transparent, disagree with the opinion of the staff. We appreciate their support and everything that they've done over the years. But this particular project, we have spent a lot of time and a lot of money going through Montford and picking up the architectural details of what the Preservation Society is supposed to do. We're trying to build something that really matches. It looks a little different as far as not building two of the same buildings. We got away from the colonial, went back to the traditional arts and crafts, and really trying to build something nice that fits. And we're not going anywhere. We have a lot of other projects. We're committed to the city. We're committed to building something nice. If y'all remember the Reed Creek, we have stormwater issues on Broadway with DOT and the city. We have spent upwards of $300,000 with the Army Corps permits, the creek restoration, and we have beautified that creek. It feeds all through the Greenway down to the Botanical Gardens. And so we are invested in this community. We are not from out of town. And I just want to make sure everybody knows who the applicant is and just that we're trying. We had a neighborhood meeting on this project. Was not required for HRC. We wanted the support from Montford. We wanted the support from the community. We had a ton of people show up. And today, we have no lawyers. We have no people waiting on the outside that can't fit in. And we feel like the neighborhood has really accepted the project. And so there's a little bit of feedback about the process that we've been through. I just want to put in context as you guys review the project. And I appreciate your time.
Any other applicants? Comments?
I'd like to refrain and come back up for questions.
Okay.
So we'll open it up.
Okay. We'll open the floor for public comment.
Thank you. Chair and members of the commission, I am David Nutter, a professional city planner and historic preservationist of 50 years experience, now retired but civically active in Asheville and Buncombe County. I serve for 2 active terms on the Historic Resources Commission and am an active member of the Preservation Society of Asheville and Buncombe County. As a resident within the Montford Historic District, I have carefully studied the 25 Elizabeth Place project since its inception. In its first iteration, I opposed its design because I found its reliance on too high retaining walls, too destructive to the historic topography of this classic Montford hillside site. I have carefully reviewed the new and revised drawings and find them a creative improvement for the site. A single, less obstructive, and lower retaining wall is now being proposed, accompanied by a more moderate shaping of this hillside. In addition, the architectural design of the 2 apartment buildings proposed along Elizabeth Place has been revised to lower the density of the buildings and design them to be much more harmonious with the history of the arts and crafts style within Montford. Although the 4-story mixed-use residential and commercial building and surface parking lot proposed for the corner of Broadway and Starnes Avenue is not within the historic district, its excellent design fits well with the entire development. I attended the December 21st community meeting required by the city and found the presentation by the developer and the discussion with the large neighborhood group present to have been mutual, creative, and constructive. I do agree with my neighbors that landscaping should be added along the edge of Starnes Avenue as discussed at the meeting. With these desirable changes, I believe the submitted drawings are well in keeping with the historic character and styles of the Montford Historic District. I recommend that HRC, after completion of its normal detailed review, approve this valuable project. Thank you.
Any other comments? Public comments? Seeing none, we'll close the floor for comments. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Conversation, concerns?
I think it's certainly come a long way from 5 or so years ago. I was one of the ones that was
Still
here.
around?
Yeah, that is still around from that time, and it has changed significantly. I think that the taking away those large retaining walls was really helpful. As far as the design of the building goes, I do see that, you know, vernacular, kind of craftsman elements to it. I was wondering, I noticed, you know, the pitch of the double gables on the left building. I noticed it's a steeper pitch. Was that intentional to like differentiate the two as having a different style? Okay, because that does go a little bit more like Gothic Revival, Victorian than the other building. Okay, so I would say, you know, how the commission feels about them not being exactly the same in their design style. I think it's helpful to make it look like two separate residences.
Yeah, I think that making them different helps them not feel like a big development, right? From the street on Elizabeth Place, you can sort of read them as separate properties if you wanted to. Now it's obviously denser than, you know, and the spacing between the two is less than it would be if there were two houses. But I think I appreciate the effort of making that distinction between the two, because I think it does sort of scale down the bigness of the whole development in that way. I also appreciate all the context photographs. I think there's some real clear images in what you provided that ties the buildings that you're proposing to precedent in the neighborhood. So I appreciate the effort that took for you to put that part of it together. You know, I think it's, you know, we never really ask new buildings in Montfort to be completely invisible in terms of their, how historic they look, right? I mean, we don't ever see really any of our single-family development in Montfort really looking. You can always tell they're new. And so I, you know, in some ways it's no different than that. And I think there is some elements of some modern interpretations of the massing that we're seeing in some of the historic precedent that you've shown. You know, a little bit sharper edges of some stuff, and, you know, but it's not a historic building, and I think we do a disservice to ask it to be completely historic. But I was also around many years ago. I did miss that particular meeting, but it certainly has come a long ways, I think, for sure. Other thoughts?
So probably my only concern would be, and pretty minor, is just the windows that are on that vertical tower element. I think the scale of that one and the one next to it above the entry door, the scale seems just a little bit too much compared to, you know, what you would typically see on and I understand it's a different type of building than a residence, but I think it would be made more congruous by just shrinking those a little bit. That's the only thing that I saw that jumped out.
Smaller?
Yeah.
Or not like narrower,
Yeah, maybe
almost.
Narrower? I mean,
can
we're open to changing those. That's not a problem at all.
Not like drastic or anything, but just
Right.
like slightly scale back. Yeah, like in in your inspiration pictures
Yes.
slides,
Yeah.
I feel like there was a structure that had a very similar type of tower,
Mhm.
and it had like a
Smaller.
thinner window.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of that, is the slideshow that she presented in our packet? No. But it will be an exhibit, yeah.
Yeah, she just got that today, so.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the one that you were talking about. Is it, no?
Number 7.
Number 7, okay. That one? Yes. Was it that one? Those two skinny ones right there?
Yeah, there might have been
Ish.
another one too, but yeah, I was.
Oh, Alex. Okay, never mind.
And then the one that's not in the tower, but next to it, it's over the door. I feel like just a window above a door, to me, it seems better to have smaller, so it's not,
Mhm.
you know, just the weight is more grounded on the main level.
Okay, that makes sense.
If I could ask about the brick base. To Alex's point, in the staff report, the height of the brick base, and I totally get what you were saying about, there's a lot of context, there's robust context in Montford for having a brick foundation or a brick base. And looking there along Elizabeth Place, we see that. But what we don't see, particularly in the Elizabeth Place context, is having that brick carried to the level of the sill.
Right.
That's, I think, more of a mid-century introduction or a treatment that we see coming into the mid-20th century, where in the bottom image, the side elevation, where it carries around at the traditional level of a foundation, that to me makes sense, where I think both buildings, I totally get the inspiration that kind of vernacular interpretation of craftsman, which we see along Elizabeth Place, and I think you've executed that very well with the building with the 2 gables. But dropping that base, is that brick a little lower so that it's a little more consistent with traditional design and what we see in the context. Is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible. I wouldn't want to drop it lower than the floor line because it turns into a retaining wall as we go down the slope.
Right,
So,
right. I totally get that.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be possible.
But if you go back to the side elevation,
Yeah.
like that bottom story on the upper left, where you've got just enough of the other siding material before you hit the bottom of the windows,
Right.
feels a lot more consistent, right?
Which one? I'm sorry.
The bottom story of the upper left image.
Okay.
My left, is it
Yeah.
left there too? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's left there too. So you see that really traditional foundation wall that we, is always treated as a masonry element. And then there's 6 or 8 or.
Well, that building has a good breaking point because that's the elevator shaft. So I took it to the elevator shaft and then dropped it lower.
Yeah.
The other building, we dropped it on the north side, so we could drop it in the courtyard
Well,
side
but
too.
you see in the bottom image, we've treated it a little bit. Are those doors there or window? They're doors at the porch.
At the
but they're
porch, yeah.
windows.
They're windows.
And so they're treated a little different. That's the same building or those are 2 different?
Those are 2 different buildings. The one up in the left is building 1, and the one in the bottom is building 2. So building 2 is on the right side of this
Okay,
page.
building,
Yeah.
well, okay. So we're treating it a little differently in that building that touches the brick a little bit differently.
I think in both of them, on the front facade, they have that instance of brick coming right up to the sill. And I agree that just giving it a little bit of space would be more
I
consistent.
think it feels a little bit more residential to do it that way in Montford than a more commercial approach that we might take to a bigger building. Because I think you can clearly read this sort of basement, right, which we see because we're working on topography all through Montford. you often see that sort of basement line.
Yeah.
In the buildings there.
Yeah, I agree. I think you guys have done a nice job. I was wondering about the brick from Alex's comment too about Pebble Dash.
We have Pebble Dash, the dark brown is Pebble Dash. So there's already Pebble Dash. And, I mean, quite honestly, when I was out in Montfort, I found a lot of brick around the foundation. So I don't think it's unheard of to have brick on the foundation.
Yeah, I mean, the materials certainly feel very traditional. You talked a little bit about the roof, differentiating the materials on the roof and not zooming in on your notes.
It's
Can
just
you-
the porch. The
porches are metal?
The porches are metal, yeah. And then up, the high roof is all asphalt, so the only metal is on the front, really. And on the back, at the entries in the back, I guess, there's metal. But other than that, it's asphalt, shingle.
Is the standing seam traditional folded standing seam, or is it okay, yeah, not the like kind of engineered?
Cement block,
Yeah,
big
yeah.
chunky, yeah.
Okay.
I hope not. Other comments?
I think it looks good. I like that you differentiated the fenestration, you know, like sizes and patterns and things. I think that helps make it blend in with the residential feel.
Well, and Alex, I think you thought it was a little too regular in some cases. We've got the,
Oh, on the, like the back
Yeah.
side.
Yeah, it's almost like the groupings of threes and it's very
Mhm.
matchy and matchy between the buildings.
Right.
Mhm.
We're trying to separate them as different buildings.
Felt the same way, and then I started looking at other multifamily, and like those colonials.
Mhm.
They're
super
all-
matchy-matchy.
They're
Yeah.
red.
Yeah.
I don't think it looks great when you're coming up Starnes to see that. But it's common. Usually the pattern on the windows are a little
Right.
shotgun,
Right.
splattered.
Right.
Like,
Well, these are stacked
big-
apartments,
Right.
so
It's more difficult, yeah.
and then you have that one area of whimsy.
that's where the stair is in that building, yeah.
But it's good use of space. So they're lowering some bricks.
Making those windows smaller on that.
What's replacing the brick? Is it gonna be shingle or is that,
I'll lower,
it's a shingle?
I'll lower where the stucco touches the brick, I'll lower the stucco, and where the shingle touches the brick, I'll lower the shingle. Building 1 has shingle touching that brick, Building 2 has stucco touching that brick.
And the balustrade, that's tightening up a bit?
Yeah.
To what, usually it's a brick, and just kind of going through the list of little things.
Alex, I think one of your other concerns was the railing detail, right, with the sort of double top rail and the picket spacing.
And we can go to a regular wood, simple rail. We're not tied to this rail by any.
What is the rail?
Is this the package or is this the?
Oh, it's just my side deck.
Is it here?
Yeah, it's the back out.
Let me see.
It's wood.
It is wood, yeah. Here it is.
I think a detailed railing, I think, makes more sense on building 2
Mhm.
with the, you know, more slightly Victorian gables and such. But I think on the Craftsman, something pretty straightforward and simple might benefit.
Okay, I mean, I could change that one to just 2 by, just really simple, like throughout the,
I mean, that would be, we see that pretty extensively. throughout Montford.
Just do the rail that's on the, cement house and just do. And we're showing that, so there's oil in.
Yeah.
Just show them the picture of the cement house, we can one say that's the rail, we're gonna do the one with the cable.
Gonna be a computer whiz by the time I leave.
We're just proud our battery.
Jeff wanted me to tell you we'd do this rail. That,
I mean, that's.
on building one.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
got that pretty widespread in Montford.
Yeah, we've got actually the detail for that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Is there a sidewalk? I forgot.
Yes.
Was there one now?
Oh. Is there one now?
It's very more,
Yeah.
we'll be replacing
With, brick?
It's concrete.
Sorry, if you're gonna come up, if you're gonna speak, you gotta come up to the mic.
There's a really poor sidewalk right now, and we're going to replace it. I'm trying to find the site plans.
It'll be a concrete sidewalk, sorry. It'll be a concrete sidewalk. I think it's a 5-foot planting strip and the 5-foot sidewalk is what we'll be doing. So following the city standard. And we'll be replacing what's there right now, which is a little bit smaller than 5 feet, I believe.
What's happened in the past on non-sidewalks being put in, the standards kind of leave it up to discussion, whether it's brick or compatible
Sidewalk?
material.
Most sidewalks are, you mean like on the, not the walkway within the site, but the sidewalk?
Public sidewalk.
This is the first
There's brick going up
multifamily project
stairs.
we've reviewed, or that I've reviewed in my time with the city, so usually we're just looking at walkways on private property and not.
Yeah. But, I mean, there
There's
are
kind of a
some
mix.
brick sidewalks
There's
in
one
Montford.
immediately, right here.
Right,
You go up the
Stars.
Stars. I think it's concrete coming up from Broadway, but then it turns to brick on and off to that Queen Anne-ish house.
Is there any evidence of what was there? Like what sidewalks were in Montford?
It's kind of been, it's a hodgepodge.
Because
There's
they're
a lot
really
of
in the
brick
city
sidewalks.
right away, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of brick sidewalks and they're,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like Biltmore Village,
Yeah.
somewhere, replaced with concrete.
And it's the city's sidewalk.
Look at the standards.
46.
I think the last time I looked at the standards for infrastructure, was mostly related to like existing infrastructure and not improved infrastructure.
If you think back to 119 Cumberland, there's existing brick that is along one frontage, and along the other frontage, there's actually the city improved the sidewalk, and they did concrete. And so, following that rationale, there's existing concrete there now on site, and we'll be improving it and bringing it up to code. So that's what we're proposing, the concrete.
I think in Montford versus Biltmore Village, the way we've kind of looked at it is like, we don't have an original street plan or anything. I mean, obviously, we have the original plats and whatever, but they don't delineate the paving materials, just as common in, nicer neighborhoods and areas that they would use brick for sidewalks a lot of times. But I don't think that
There's no clear instruction in the guidelines that tell us what to do. So I think
Concrete
putting
should be hand-edged, grooved, and tinted.
It says if a sidewalk is being largely replaced or is completely missing, replace it with a new sidewalk with brick or other materials complementary to the historic district. Concrete sidewalks should be hand edged and grooved and tinted to match existing sidewalks.
We'll do that.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, it would be unusual for us to be ready for a motion on the first go at a new multifamily
I like this kind of surprise though.
development in Montford, but I sort of get the vibe that there's not much else to talk about, unless I'm wrong. Will's still reading.
Everybody okay with site composition and stuff like green, trees, green space? Looks like
I mean,
parking area was condensed probably as much as it can be
And screened.
and screened.
and I understand, I think, Alex, your feedback on the site, but I think, I also appreciate Suzanne's observations about our previous conversation. But, with the density on the site, there's really, it's lending itself to an awful lot more structure than we would see with a single-family development. House on there, there's just not that much yard left. So if we are saying that multifamily and higher density development is appropriate in Montford, I think we have to a little bit work with that. I think the variety from building to building on the landscaping reinforces that feel of those being sort of two distinct properties almost. So I think that there's variety there in that. I like the boulder retaining wall in the back. I love that it's not 19 feet tall. That's amazing. Really love that, for sure. So I think that there's some formality to how the development is proposed and how it seems to want to work on the site, and using the buildings to navigate that topography, I think, was a really smart thing. So I think I'm kind of okay with that, and I think having the variety from unit to unit helps reinforce that for me. Anybody else? You were reading a second ago. Were you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Will's our resident reader of the books.
The reader.
The reader of the books. He always has the books in his thing.
Is there anyone besides myself that would like to read the motion?
It's a long one. Someone else.
I've never read a motion.
I've done
6
5
years.
already.
Except I'm not supposed to read the
Oh,
motion.
Sue
You're ready to go.
I'll read it.
All right.
I'm gonna add the conditions.
Okay, go ahead. I'm not sure I have the right one, because when you've been reading numbers, I have not had the same numbers as you for some
Are
reason.
you,
No, I've been following along. Yeah. But,
you're good.
okay, all right, well, if I make a mistake, I'm reading right off of it. so.
Yeah.
So should I wait or start?
No, you can start. I'm in the
Okay.
bottom of the document, but if you see me,
So I start.
one thing I need to add in there
You
is
start,
the
Madam
number
Chair.
of pages.
Okay.
Oh,
Madam Chair, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, application and project description, 7 pages, Exhibit B, photographs of existing structure to be demolished, 3 pages, Exhibit C, photographs of example structures, 3 pages, Exhibit D, new construction worksheet number 1, 4 pages, Exhibit E, new construction worksheet number 2, 4 pages, Exhibit F, site plans, 8 pages, Exhibit G, building plans, 14 pages, Exhibit H, roofing specifications, 404 pages, Exhibit I, lighting specifications, 3 pages, Exhibit J, siding specifications, 11 pages, Exhibit K, window and door specifications, 80 pages, Exhibit L, revised plans and perspective renderings, 20 pages, received January 3rd, 2023. Exhibit M, letter from 169 Flint Street property owner, received January 3rd, 2023. Exhibit N, revised landscape plan, received January 9th, 2023. Exhibit O, owner's affidavit, received January 9th, 2023. Exhibit P, Montfort Historic District National Register nomination, 90 pages, added by staff January 10th, 2023. Exhibit Q, Boulder retaining wall image, received January 11th, 2023. Exhibit R, presentation given by the applicant, 16 pages, received January 11th, 2023. And the commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except, keep going, okay, sorry. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based upon the following. 1, that the application is to demolish existing non-contributing structure and construct 2 new 8-unit multifamily primary structures. A, Building 1, construct new 2.5-story, 8,911 square foot structure with brick foundation, pebble dash siding, Nichiha fiber cement lap siding with 6-inch reveal and cedar shake siding, smooth fiber cement trim, fascia and soffits, and asphalt shingle roof in weathered wood color. Brick chimney will extend from grade to above roof line on north elevation and will be capped with custom metal cap. Main entryway on front elevation will be set within covered porch with metal standing seam shed roof supported by decorative brackets, wood tongue and groove flooring, wood railing with square pickets spaced 4 inches on center, not 4.5, right? Yeah. Okay. Secondary porch on front elevation will have metal standing seam hipped roof with wood tongue and groove flooring, wood railing with square pickets spaced 4 inches on center, and wood tongue and groove ceiling. Rear elevation will have 2 tri-level covered porches with wood tongue and groove flooring and ceilings and wood railings, matching porches on front elevation. Basement level of rear elevation will have single entry door with metal standing seam roof covering, supported by decorative brackets. Windows will be Jeld-Wen aluminum clad 4-1 SDL single hung, 20 light casement, and 4 light fixed. Pedestrian doors will be clad wood with 4 lights, 8 light siding, and 8 light fixed. B, Building 2, construct new 2.5-story, 8,495 square foot structure with brick foundation, smooth painted stucco and cedar shake siding, smooth fiber cement trim, fascia and soffits, and asphalt shingle roof in weathered wood color, with decorative brackets and fiber cement vents and gable ends. Main entryway on front elevation will be set within covered porch with metal standing seam shed roof supported by decorative brackets, wood tongue and groove flooring, and wood railing with square pickets spaced 4 inches on center. Secondary porches on front elevation will have metal standing seam hipped roof with wood tongue and groove flooring, wood railing with square pickets spaced 4 inches on center, and wood tongue and groove ceiling. Rear elevation will have 1 tri-level covered porch with wood tongue and groove flooring and ceilings and wood railings matching porches on front elevation. Basement level of rear elevation will have dual entry doors with metal standing seam roof covering supported by 10-inch by 10-inch fiber cement trim wrapped in wood posts. Windows will be Jeld-Wen aluminum clad 4-1 SDL single hung, 20 light casement, and 4 light fixed. Pedestrian doors will be clad wood with 4 lights, 8 light siding, and 8 light fixed. C, site work. Remove 12 mature trees to accommodate construction. Construct 20 space concrete parking area adjacent to eastern property boundary. Install 2 12-inch Duke Mitchell black metal light fixtures adjacent to parking area. Construct concrete handicap ramp with black metal handrail and walkways adjacent to rear building elevations. Construct 5-foot tall, 7 by 5 by 16 painted wood trash enclosure and 9-foot by 5-foot tall boulder retaining wall between parking area and northern property boundary. Construct a courtyard with gravel path and brick seat wall between structures. construct concrete walkways from front property boundary to entryways at front elevations. Foundation plantings will be installed. Ground cover must be established within 15 days of completion of construction, and the remainder of the landscaping must be installed within 3 years. If archaeological resources are discovered during site work, work will cease until city staff have been notified and have inspected the site. All work will be in accordance with attached and approved drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the standards for new construction, primary structures found on pages 92, 93, carriage houses, garages, and accessory structures on page 34, 35, walkways, driveways, and off-street parking on pages 50 and 51, landscaping and trees on pages 40 and 41, fences and walls on pages 36 and 37, decks on pages 38 and 39, utilities and mechanical systems on pages 82 and 83, lighting on pages 42, 43, and archaeology on pages 32, 33 in the Montford Historic District Design Review Standards.
I have one other set of pages for you to add.
Okay.
Guidelines for sidewalk, streets, and public infrastructure on pages 46 and 47.
Okay.
Does she need to repeat that? Or
You're gonna have to say it word for word, as my brain is toast.
Yeah, just add that.
Okay.
And the guidelines for sidewalks, streets, and public infrastructure on pages 46 and 47.
Okay.
And the guidelines.
In the guidelines for
Or in the standards.
For-
Sidewalks.
sidewalks,
Streets.
streets,
And public infrastructure.
public
On pages
infrastructure,
46 and 47.
on pages 46 and 47. Adopted on April 14th, 2010, and amended December 9th, 2019, were used to evaluate this request. This application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. A, new primary structures are sited so that they are similar to the historic pattern in terms of orientation, setback, retention of green space, and spacing between structures. B, new primary structures are designed so that the overall character of the adjacent streetscape and building site is maintained. C, new primary structures are compatible in height, roof form, scale, massing, footprint, material, detail, fenestration, and proportion with surrounding historic buildings and other historic buildings in the district. D, location and site of window and door openings are compatible in placement, orientation, spacing, proportion, size, and scale with surrounding historic buildings. E, materials and finishes are typical of those found in the district. F, new site features will be compatible with the site and district in terms of dimension, configuration, materials, color, and texture. G, mechanical units will be located adjacent to the side and rear elevations and will be screened. 4, that the action and improvements proposed in this application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Montford Historic District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Based on the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following conditions, if applicable. 1, the following items will be submitted for staff review and proposal: stone sample, brick sample, specifications for chimney cap, revised railing details.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That motion also carries.
Thank you all.
Wait, we need to go back for just 1 second.
Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, yeah, wait a second.
Hey, Robin.
Wait.
Sorry, we forgot to add the condition for the windows, so we basically need revised elevations for the windows and the brick. Yeah.
So we need another motion, right?
Yeah, just
amend the motion to add.
Okay, so start on, based upon the foregoing findings.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following conditions. if applicable. 1, the following items will be submitted for staff review and approval: stone sample, brick sample, specifications for chimney cap, revised railing details, revised elevation drawings.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we're done.
Good job.
Alex, do we just shut this down, like, just for?
Alex, you want to talk about the annual report?
Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. I'm sorry that we were.
Is that? I didn't even know she was sitting there. What a trooper. That was a good one. Wow. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming. We appreciate it. If I'd have known, I'd have made a special to-do for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'll just briefly say that the annual report to the city council is due later this month, and so that was also included in your packet to review the draft of that. And so I only heard back from Will, but if anybody has any other comments or thoughts, it's just meant to obviously cover all the things that we accomplished in the past year and highlight those, and then our goals are oftentimes kind of tend to be a little more static unless we're looking 5 years out. They're usually pretty different.
Well, we've been pretty stalled on a lot of that through COVID because we weren't allowed to have any committees and we weren't allowed to have many meetings. And
Right, and so we've got now a full commission. We have a city appointee who was appointed at the county or city council meeting last night, so now there will be 12.
Yay.
that's been a hot minute since we've had 12.
It has been a while, so, and another architect, so.
So, Alex, don't we normally in January go present to the county? Haven't you and I done that a couple of years?
They asked us to the one time, but they haven't done
It's
that
crickets
since before the
since-
pandemic.
Look at my shocked face.
But I will say, I've reviewed the draft of the county comp plan update, and they put the architectural survey in there, they put
Wow.
preservation in there, period. I'm excited that but I got the county planning director to get on board with including the architectural survey update as a goal. So,
It's a big deal.
progress, yeah.
And you know what else? Our computers did not die.
Yes, they held it in there.
So now we know
I'm not
that you
dying.
can do a 6-hour meeting without dying batteries.
I mean,
That's
it's-
impressive.
that's why I was laughing so hard when you were trying to read them, because I was like thinking, how is Sue even like making complete sentences?
It was not easy. I had to take on, thank you for your help.
Do we need a motion to adjourn, or do you not?
They're not always that long. But you know, if we call you and call you in, if you're sitting in for one of us, it's probably.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. So you get Eric to do that little thing. Mom just wrote me, she said, "Are you home?" I don't know.
Hey, Sue, your gloves are on.
Yeah. They should have asked us. It's very articulate.
I'm really starting to question my life.
I think it was here. I'm gonna go.
Seriously, this is not normal.
Snacks for the road.
Good job tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some more chips too.